If we could have the jury file.
Yes, no.
You can see it.
All rise. All the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. This is the second day of introduction of evidence in the state's case in chief. I'll note the state is here and present. Mr. Wood was conducting examination of a witness. Mr. Wood, is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Also note the defense is present, along with counsel and the defendant. The court also notes the jurors are all properly seated and all 18 jurors have returned. The court's also confirmed that the jurors each completed their affirmation this morning regarding not looking into the case during the break. And so we appreciate you following that admonishment as well. One other matter I just wanted to bring up before we got started with additional evidence is the court's live streaming this hearing and this trial. There is a I heard there were some complaints that the audio maybe wasn't coming through very well on that. I'd ask the attorneys if they could to talk right into the mics. Of course, that helps as well with our court reporter making the record. In addition, the live stream comes directly through the court's official channel. That can be somewhat difficult to find if you go to the Idaho Supreme Court website. However, there is a website on Ada County about this trial, and if you just Google the term Ada County Daybell trial, there's an easy link to find for the court's official live stream, and that's the most direct signal. So for those that are observing the trial online, if you're having any issues with audio or quality of the signal, perhaps you could go to that direct signal, which is the best source of the live stream proceeding. So with that, then we had Detective Hermosillo was on the stand yesterday, and I believe you're continuing direct examination. Is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll have the witness recalled then if you're ready to proceed with additional testimony.
Thank you.
right, Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any, well, you're the first witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that at this time.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Detective. Second, when we finished off yesterday, we were discussing what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury, what site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
And where, Your Honor, if I could be given State's Exhibit 10A. And if I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath this tree.
Okay. Now, you call it upon, when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
And again, just to clarify, when we had left off your testimony yesterday, is it correct that what you observed was what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 10B through 10M. Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to? Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs, there's a photograph of the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence. And photographs of the backyard.
And do you know when these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
Were you the photographer?
No,
But you were on the property that day.
that's correct.
And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes,
You saw them with your own eyes.
yes,
And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of state's exhibits 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
Judge, just to,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, just one here on 10B if I could. Otherwise, I'm fine with the rest of the exhibits.
Okay, so let's do that then. So 10C through 10M have been offered and are admitted, and Mr. Pryor, you can board there on 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
Yes,
For
sir.
now.
Yes,
And the vehicle that's parked in 10B, is that the vehicle that was, the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in. That one.
Okay, do you know what vehicle that is?
The driveway looks like a Subaru.
Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to?
That's correct.
So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there, we don't know whose vehicle that is,
It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in.
but you don't know whose vehicle that is.
I don't know whose vehicle that is.
You don't know when the vehicle was put there.
No, sir.
You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is.
That's correct.
I would object, Judge, on foundation.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, so you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Correct.
But you were still there that day. Okay. Do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think significant or sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right,
Judge, I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
okay. Well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this admitted, and sufficient foundation's been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Detective, if you will, or Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way back in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing him look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have the pointer with you? Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
I was standing here in this area.
And then you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
And where did you go then?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself with Mr. Daybell, who was up here more, and he was looking towards this area here.
Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're, from that location?
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit C, 10C?
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit as.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day?
Correct, it was that morning, yes.
And what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
This is just north of the driveway that Mr. Daybell was sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Detective, I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 10A again, and if you can point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
So that last photograph was taken from this area right here.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see burial site number 1.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been some leading questions. Continues.
I'll sustain that last question, Liddy.
Right. From that perspective, what were you able to observe?
Burial site, number 1, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
The actual grave site on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10E?
So when I testified earlier about the difference in length of grass and shrubs in that 6x6 section that was marked off next to the pond, this is what I'm referring to. If you look close, you can see there's smaller grass and dirt protruding right here. This is probably a little bit difficult to see. There's probably a better photograph. But this is longer shrubs through here, and then in here was like the length of sod and some dirt where there was nothing growing.
And when yesterday you testified being called over to burial site 1, is that what it looked like when you got over there?
That's correct.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10F?
So when I spoke about ERT removing the topsoil and the top level of shrubs, this is what I was speaking about. And you can start to see the 3 large white rocks I was talking about earlier starting to come through the dirt.
You testified yesterday about a smell. Was this the same time that you began to smell what you described yesterday?
Yes, as soon as they removed this and, the topsoil, that's when I instantly can smell the smell of a decomposing body.
Detective, can you tell the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10? Or I'm sorry, 10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. You can start to see there was a smaller rock, but the three large white rocks started to show through clearly. When I testify that there was thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut. Some of the roots are fairly thick, so that was something we observed as well in that burial site.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10H?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10I?
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil looked wet or moist, some of it looked dry. Excuse me. What you're looking at here is, once we remove the wood paneling, this is what was underneath, and you can start to see the distinction through here of the wet soil. And up here is just a dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Your Honor, I apologize for any delay. I wonder if we could just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal. All right.
Mr. Wood, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective, can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
So once we started removing the wet soil, and I testified earlier to a black round object protruding through the dirt, this is what we started to see. It appeared to be like tight wrapped black plastic. It wasn't very too far underneath. It's fairly shallow, but that's what we started to see. And I talked about what appeared to be the crown of a human head.
Can you describe what you saw in State's Exhibit 10K?
So once that appeared, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, used a small, sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. You can see the black plastic kind of peeled away on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here. He made a slit in the white plastic. And when he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument, and that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at there.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10L?
Once the ERT team continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. But it started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic on top.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
Once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition. The body had begun to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were cut to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? And to clarify that question, once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in a body bag, a black body bag. Coroner locked the body bag for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Rockwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda Dye.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with you to the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball. With the coroner, Brenda Dye, I believe it was Detective Kaiman.
And just for clarification, you had said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Once you finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly,
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question. Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back to the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being looked at?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they refer to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post that kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging in the pet cemetery area.
And did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down, and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes, things of that nature.
Approximately what time of day was this?
Say it was afternoon.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell. We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees, and the smell was so bad that you could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And you said the smell, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools?
Hours, probably hours.
And did you find anything?
We did. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue. Just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude through the dirt.
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon.
And you mentioned ERT, were they working there alongside you?
They were, there was also other areas being excavated as well, the fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee, we could start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, decided we were done for the evening.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department, bring in 2 large light trucks to illuminate the crime scene. The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rexburg City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated.
And did you return the next day?
Yes, we did.
And when you returned the next day, who else returned?
Everybody that was there the previous day.
So ERT came back
That's correct, yes.
and other members of the FBI,
Yes,
Fremont County officers,
yes.
Rexburg police officers.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were some attorney general investigators there as well.
Yes,
And they were all there that second day.
that's correct.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day?
We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning.
And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day?
I went back to Tylee's burial site. We had put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again with those same little tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out of the ground at that point.
And so and then what happened next? Did you continue to do that work?
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad. And we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape, when we began digging down and methodically removing dirt. And at that point, we could start to see what appeared to be the shape of a green melted bucket that appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside it.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There was some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. At that point, the goal was to lift that out of the ground. And so there was we made kind of a little hole around it to try to get underneath. So we put tarps out. Like I said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and organs and pieces of Tylee at that point, put onto the tarp.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell. Was that still present?
Yes, very much so. Strong odor, yes.
Were you able to observe the lack of a better word, total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out at that point. We put it on the blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements taken by ERT. Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp and those and Tylee's remains were then put into a body bag. In the corner again, lock the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tylee was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tylee was transferred to the morgue like you did in JJ?
We did. We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Ball. Once Tylee was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked that the witness be handed states exhibits 11A through 11G.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I would object to admission of these as exhibits.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection. This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm gonna announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the court's live stream, nor to the general public in the courtroom. The jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for any victims that wish to see the evidence in a private setting to view it as it's now been admitted into the record. But we made arrangements to not display this to the general public. And so, Mr. Wood, with these exhibits, that's how we'll proceed. And we will not include that on the live stream, but you can discuss it on the record in open public with the witness.
Detective, can you review that exhibit, those exhibits? And Your Honor, I understand these are already admitted. I am still ask a few foundational questions just to establish knowledge.
Very well.
For the record. Detective, what does states exhibit 11 report to be? And its subparts?
Photograph of pet cemetery and photographs of Tylee as we took her out of the ground in her burial site.
And were these photographs taken on June 9 and 10?
That's correct, yes.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
yes.
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted, I'd ask to publish.
You can do both.
Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to place State's Exhibit 10A up again. And can you point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
Right here.
So can you have on the record and explain where it's pointing?
Yes, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop area and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture under State's Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
It is. I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, that exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT for the fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
And Your Honor, I think at this point it's appropriate to turn to public access.
I agree.
Detective, Your Honor, I'm at a bit of a, I have no idea if this is, I can't see if this, well, I'll ask Detective, can you see that image in your monitor?
Yes,
Can you see most of it?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B? What did you observe there?
Can I see? Is there a way I can use the pointer?
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. Do you want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented, and you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up?
And if I could have the screen for 1 moment, thank you, Your Honor, for that suggestion. Okay. Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11B?
It's hard to describe that, but I'll do my best. In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the different color and the changes in the soil from dry to a wet, moist dirt. You can start to see to the left just a little bit of that area. You can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue. Well, we later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to excavate.
And at this point, were you still using the hand tools?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11C?
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top of the mass of burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so when we would start to dig away towards the sides, it would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of the hip bone that still has burnt flesh attached to it, and dirt and yeah, just fatty burnt tissue.
Can you describe for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11D?
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And we dug around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom, because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph, is just the burnt flesh that's still just kind of inside that.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
And that's part of a human skull just to the right of that, the green bucket. There were teeth there in the dirt as well. But that's what you're looking at, just a close up of the bottom of it.
Detective, what, can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11F?
So once we removed that mass, and put it on the blue tarp, there was still some wet soil underneath. So we dug down even further to make sure that we had excavated everything we needed. And so what you're looking at, you can see the tarps in the background we had put up. You can see some of the hand tools that we used just to the right of that hole. But that's what you're looking at, is just after we got that mass out, the wet soil.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
So these were part of Tylee that kind of broke apart when we tried to lift it out of the ground. There's pieces of charred bone. There's parts of a skull on the bottom left, covered in dirt, and they're still burnt, rotting flesh still attached to the bone. So that's what you're looking at that one. These were the pieces that broke off.
Detective, I believe you testified that you assisted in transferring those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct, I followed behind in the corner.
Was Lieutenant Ball with you again?
He was.
Once you got up to the hospital, what did you do?
We observed the Fremont County coroner, Brenda Dye, transfer Tylee's remains into the morgue. The morgue was unlocked, but there was evidence they put up. And at that point, myself and Lieutenant Ball went back to the defendant Daybell's residence.
And what did you do once you got back there?
We assisted and made sure there were no other burial sites or anything that the ERT team needed assistance with. At that point, we decided that we were going to take JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office to have an autopsy performed. So roughly 4 p.m. on June 10th, 2020, it was decided that we were going to follow the county coroner with the remains of JJ and Tylee to the Ada County Coroner's Office for an autopsy the next morning.
And when did you arrive in Ada County, approximately?
Approximately 8 or 9 in the evening on June 10th.
And what did you do once you got there?
We went directly to the coroner's office, and JJ and Tylee were dropped off, and the coroner's office took custody of both JJ and Tylee.
So that was later in the evening.
Correct.
And was an autopsy performed that night?
No.
When was the autopsy?
The autopsy,
Judge, I'm gonna object, there needs to be some foundation.
Overruled, if you know, you may answer.
the autopsy was performed June 11th, early morning hours.
Well, that was the next day.
Correct.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was
And where did that autopsy take place?
at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
So when you arrived at the coroner's office, what did you do first?
Initially, when we arrived, we had a little debrief with the medical examiner, Garth Warren. He told us what he expected.
Judge, objection.
Grounds,
Hearsay?
sustained.
You met with Dr. Ward.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
To debrief us on what to expect that morning.
What did you do next?
We went to the room where the autopsy was performed. Put the sanitary booties on our shoes, signed in on a whiteboard with our name and cell phone numbers. So he had a record of everybody that was in the room. And at that point, we stood back against the wall and observed the autopsy.
Now, as a detective, you don't perform an autopsy, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to see it take place.
That's correct.
And what did you observe happening during that autopsy?
One of his team members brought out the body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag that we took from defendant Daybell's backyard that day because it still had dirt on it. It still had the same lock. And at that point, they opened the body bag and revealed the same black plastic and small body that appeared to be in the black plastic.
And then what did you observe?
Dr. Warren and his team cut down the middle of the black plastic to open up what was inside. At that time, I observed a small child with duct tape on his head from his chin to his forehead area, tightly wrapped around his head. He had red pajama pants on, red pajama shirt. He had his arms folded this way across his body. And there was duct tape from elbow all the way around to his other elbow. He had his ankles also bound with duct tape. He was still wearing his nighttime pull-up diaper. He had black socks with the word Skechers in orange. I could tell that he was going through various states of decomposition based on his skin color.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Grounds,
He doesn't have the experience to make a determination about the levels of decomposition. He's speculating.
I'll sustain the objection and strike the final part of the answer about decomposition, Mr. Wilkie.
All right. Detective, what did the body's skin look like?
The skin was sloughing. It appeared to be bluish green, black, yellow. And through my training experience, going through and handling different dead bodies at different stages of decomposition, that's what I read.
Judge, I'm gonna object again. There's been no foundation for him to make that sort of medical assessment. He's not a medical doctor.
Your Honor, my argument would be that's not a medical assessment. It is based on his training and experience.
I'll overrule the objection. If you'd like to cross further, you'll have a chance, Mr. Pryor. The objection is overruled. Foundation laid in the previous response.
Detective, once this, the body was taken out of the bag and you made the observations that you've just described, what happened next?
Dr. Warren and his team then cut the white plastic that was wrapped around his head and duct taped. They cut down the middle to reveal what was underneath. At that point, I observed another piece of duct tape stretched from JJ's jawline to jawline over his mouth. He also cut the several layers of duct tape from his arms, and it revealed some more duct tape that had his wrist bound underneath all those layers of duct tape. He then took his bottom pajamas off and shirt, and it also revealed the nighttime pull-up diaper he was still wearing.
Now, Detective, you spoke about the duct tape and bag over the head, correct?
Correct.
And you've been referring to this as JJ.
Yes.
Until that duct tape and bag were removed, though, were you able to identify him as JJ?
No, once they removed the duct tape in the bag, through looking at all the photographs for the last 8 months of JJ, I recognized him to be the same little boy laying on that table as JJ Vallow. He had the same hairstyle, shorter on the sides, longer on top. At that point, I recognized him as JJ.
Once the clothing was removed, what did you observe happen next?
Dr. Warren pointed out some bruising on his arms, on his ankles, on his chest. He also pointed out some scratch marks on the left side of his neck, just under the duct tape. At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown state's exhibits 12A through 12B.
A through B.
E.
B, thank you.
Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you've had a chance to?
Okay.
Do you recognize state's exhibits 12A through E?
Yes,
What do they purport to be?
JJ Vallow laying on the table after they opened the black plastic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes,
You were in the same room.
Correct.
Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that states exhibits 12A through E entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. 12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published or shown on the court's live feed or to the public in the courtroom. They'll be published to the jurors, however you wish to split.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12A?
Once they removed the black plastic that JJ Vallow was in, this is the first thing we saw. You can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the slit that was made when his head was sticking out of the ground. You can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face. His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. And he still has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12B?
This is the JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are wrapped with duct tape. Those are his black Skechers socks that he had on. It's hard to see there too, but his legs and body are also soaked with decomposition as well.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 12C?
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head, this is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went from jawline to jawline. You can see his hair, brown hair still was matted down to his head, wet, soaked with body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as JJ Vallow.
What did you observe in 12D?
That's the white bag that was covering his head. That looks like blood in the bag. It's actually body decomposition, just breaking down. It appeared to be a normal trash bag. It had a red drawstring. And you can see, if you look close at the waffle style pattern, the expandable type trash bag. There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what that photograph depicts.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in 12E?
That's just another photo of JJ. The tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of the way the body is. It's just a different photo or a different angle of JJ's face.
So can I have a re-sidebar with council? Bit earlier than normal, but we are going to take a mid-morning recess at this time. We'll reconvene here about, slightly before 10:30 to get started with additional testimony.
All rise, please.
Gentlemen, if you are not allowed to close down, please exit the courtroom.
Okay, we have audio. So let's start over. Excuse the technical difficulties. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Born to Survive, for letting me know that we had no sound there. But we've got it now. Okay, good morning. Justin Lum with Fox 10 Phoenix here. You're watching the Chad Daybell trial on our live stream. Thank you to the 400 or so people watching. So the version with no sound was just a warm-up for me. But coming off yesterday, first day really of Chad Daybell's trial, opening statements, first witness called to the stand, Detective Ray Hermosillo, and he continues this morning. We're in a recess. We have about 20 minutes or so left. Yesterday we knew it was going to be tough going into this morning because we were getting the beginning stages of the gruesome discovery of JJ and Tylee at the end of yesterday, just the beginning phases. So jurors went home probably imagining what they'd be walking into today. Chad Daybell's backyard, how he had left the scene quickly after authorities started to hone in on a burial site. And now we are learning exactly how they found the conditions of the remains of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. I mean, look at this again. This story, every time you hear it, it is just as sad and just as tragic. These are two kids, two siblings, 7 years old, 16 years old, and they were found on the same property, but in different conditions. And again, you know, disclaimer, there's some graphic details that we're going to go into. As you saw there in trial, they didn't even put those exhibits on the projector screen. They cut that off from public access. But to hear again about the way JJ was found wrapped in the duct tape and his body had decomposed. You think about it, these bodies had been there since September of 2019. They had gone through all the seasons of change, and then finally being found in June of 2020 in that summer on Daybell's property. And then Tylee Ryan's remains. I mean, that is just horrific to hear again. Her charred remains, the pieces of flesh. I mean, the chief examiner, the medical examiner in Ada County, received her remains in different bags, we were told last year. And so I'm starting to see what the prosecution is doing. It's coming together. They have put Hermosillo up here first to give you the timeline of how Chad and Lori didn't cooperate at all. They were in this affair. There are clearly lies told, and now we're at the part of the story, the chapter where the kids are found. And the jury is going to ask, you know, why were they on Chad's property? How do you defend against this? That's up to John Pryor. 2 kids found on that property, and then the text messages that will again be brought up that Chad sent to his wife Tammy Daybell back in October of 2019, or before October 2019, excuse me, talking about how he had to shoot a raccoon and then burning some tree limbs and just random things that he was doing at the time after the kids had last been seen. And then we know we're going to get into the cell phone data belonging to Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother, and how it pinged around these areas right after the times, the days that JJ and Tylee were last seen. And those dates will bring that up again for you if you don't know. If you haven't been following this case that closely, remember the dates September 8th, 2019, and remember the date September 22nd, 2019. Yesterday, we saw a photo of JJ in his red pajamas that was recovered from Lori Vallow's iCloud account. That was the last known picture that we have seen of JJ Vallow. He's sitting on the couch in Lori's apartment. And then that night, Alex Cox takes him. He's last seen by a witness in his arms. And then that's the last time JJ's seen. September 8th, that's right after the Yellowstone trip. We have all seen, if you've been following the case, the FBI released photo, also from Lori's iCloud account, that shows Alex Cox, and JJ and Tylee at Yellowstone National Park. Man, what that says is that Lori Vallow's iCloud account was huge in this case. There's so many photos and text messages there that leave a trail, a digital trail, and that's what the prosecution is going to bring to the jury. So yeah, right now we're still in recess. We expect to hear more from Hermosillo. Right now we're hearing about how Garth Warren, the chief forensic pathologist in Ada County, was making contact with the bodies, J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and how they identified them. And they're really going to hammer this in today, is what they look like, what their bodies, as far as the condition, were in. And the jury is going to definitely, I mean, who would not have a tough time hearing all this? I'm going to scroll through and see if there are any questions. You guys have sound. Okay, just making sure. That was earlier. We got sound. In that text to Tammy, he told police exactly where to check. That comment by Brittany Hennick. Good point. Again, the digital trail, text messages, the cell phone data by Alex Cox. So we take Alex Cox's, I think it's a homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You guys are going to hear a lot about, again, how that data pings Yellowstone to Lori's townhome to Chad Daybell's home. There's going to be a timeline laid out of all that, connected to these specific days that the kids were last seen. And that gives law enforcement clues. The text between Chad Daybell and his wife at the time, Tammy Daybell, that gives him clues. And then, of course, Lori Vallow's iCloud account. FBI played such a big role in this, and we are going to hear from several specialists, intelligence analysts from the FBI, probably a handful, just like last year, that we're going to break this down. And sometimes it's going to just feel like another language, but they're going to almost overwhelm the jury with this information. A lot of circumstantial evidence, but also the physical evidence, the DNA evidence of the tool, the pickaxe that was found in Chad Daybell's shed, that the DNA matching to Tylee Ryan. Sometimes these things will repeat themselves throughout the trial from different witnesses. And the prosecution wants to, make sure the jury remembers and understands and takes notes of these events and instances. So yeah, we are going to see a lot more of Hermosillo today. And then what do you guys think about the cross-examination that's coming from John Pryor? We've already heard a few objections. We've seen a few sidebars. But what is he going to do to try to poke holes in a detective story that really is based on all facts and evidence of what was found on the Daybell property? Got another comment from Breon Barron. These poor babies, definitely hard to listen to this a second time. I could see that. I wouldn't disagree when you hear it the first time, you're just trying to absorb the information, and it is raw, is very graphic, but then to hear it again, you go in understanding what you took in the last trial, and then you come back and hear it again. You have more context, you have more information, you've been able to sit with that for a while. So it's always definitely hard to listen to, because if you think about the perspective of these two children, if they're moving into Rexburg, Idaho from Chandler, Arizona, not knowing a thing, not knowing what's going on. I was early September, or right at the end of August in 2019, leaving a whole new place, and then JJ had no longer had his service dog that helped with his autism. Some people, and they know he was special needs following this case, but some people don't know that he had a doodle, a service dog that helped him sleep. And that idea, from what we learned through our reporting on this case way back in the early stages, was that Charles Vallow, his adoptive father, wanted to help him with that. And so they got the service dog, they got him trained and everything. And then near the end of their Arizona stay, Lori gave the dog back to the trainer, and that was it. So that was a big change for JJ. He comes into Idaho, going to a new elementary school. Tylee has left her friends, what are her plans. She's becoming a young adult, 16 at the time. So yeah, all this changed, and then suddenly this happens within just a couple of weeks. Question, Justin, can you find out if Colby Ryan is attending the trial? We could always try our best to find out. Last year, if you guys, for context, Colby Ryan is Lori Vallow's oldest child, her lone living child, her son, Colby Ryan, who's an adult, and he testified last year. The prosecution submitted an exhibit of a recorded jail phone call between mother and son after the kids had been found on Daybell's property. And in that call, Lori tells him that he doesn't know, no one knows what she's been through, and no one knows what happened. That was her claim in the phone call. She does not admit any guilt, admit any fault to what happened. She does not reveal anything, and it's a very intense emotional call between the mother and son. But that's Lori's case. I don't know if Colby Ryan is brought into this trial to testify against Chad in some way. Maybe they do. There are some people, like, I'm wondering if Brandon Boudreaux will be subpoenaed to testify. He was he's not a victim in this case, but in the Arizona cases that Lori is charged in, he was shot at allegedly by Alex Cox, Lori's brother. And that's, from what we've learned, police saying that Chad and Lori identified him as a dark spirit like they did with Charles Vallow. But disclaimer, Chad was never charged in the Arizona cases. Who do you think the prosecution will call as their next witness? If I had to predict, after so much information and detail, and mainly about the children being found on Chad's property, I would think that maybe they moved on to Tammy's story. It went back in time and brought up more about the affair, and it brought in more of a emotional perspective or a human perspective, like Tammy's sister, Samantha Gwilliam, who testified last year and talked about the last time she had visited with Tammy and how she was just happy and in good health, because John Pryor has already said that he is going to bring in witnesses that talk about alleged health struggles with Tammy. And so on the side of the prosecution, you can expect them to bring in testimony that says that she was definitely healthy and she was just fine. And then at the point where she suddenly passes away, how that was handled by her husband of nearly 30 years, who, from looking on the outside, it was a rushed, quick funeral. And then we know, based on the timeline, the facts are Lori and Chad got married right after that in Hawaii. They were looking for a place to live in Hawaii. And then based on the rental applications and what they told other witnesses, they were empty nesters, was the term, with no kids and just on their own. Brittany brought up Detective Ball. I believe Ron Ball was a lieutenant with Rexburg Police, and I think now he is a Madison County Sheriff. So he's moved on, but he was the one who was in that body cam exchange with Lori Vallow at the townhome, where they go there on November 26, 2019, and ask her where JJ is. And Lori tells Ron Ball, and I believe Detective Dave Stubbs, that he is in Arizona with Melanie Gibb, her friend, and she, just watching a movie in Arizona, not with his mom, but staying with her friend. And just before that, Alex Cox has told police that JJ is in Louisiana with his grandma, Kay Woodcock. So you have two stories on the same day by both brother and sister, Lori and Alex, and they don't line up because Kay initiated the welfare check. She was part of the the core that initiated that welfare check. And then Melanie Gibb had no idea about Lori saying that JJ was with her. And then we will see later on, Melanie confronts Lori and Chad on a phone call that she records, asking why they would say something like that and why they would tell police that JJ was with her. And then the phone call, it gets kind of catty, and that friendship dissolves. But Melanie Gibb is someone that I would expect to be called to the stand to testify, because she was a part of this group with Chad and Lori. She was being taught and absorbing the same information that Chad was allegedly giving to this inner circle about light and dark spirits, and how, you know, people moved on to multiple probations or lived in multiple probations, who they were in their past lives, who are they meant to be as the world was going to end. So that Melanie Gibb, Zulema Pastenes, who Alex was married to, these core people that really knew and were close to Chad and Lori, they have to be called on to testify, to present to the jury after all of this graphic evidence and like the nitty gritty of how the kids were found, how they died, more of the motive that the prosecution is presenting, that these doomsday beliefs or religious beliefs gave them a reason, gave them something to justify what they were doing, even though to anyone else on the outside, it makes no sense. It's hard to grapple with. So for jurors, you can imagine that they are like, what is this? What, dark spirit, light spirit, scale, a rating, numbers like 4.3, 6.0, like past lives. It's a lot, and they're gonna get this all in 8 weeks or so. Any more questions, comments? Someone says, as much as they believe in death, he sure wants to save his life. A reminder, death penalty is on the table here. And interesting that, right off the bat, Chad had to know what John Pryor was going with as far as a message and opening statements, but Lori is blamed, basically. She's allegedly, manipulative, beautiful, a sexual person, according to John Pryor. And Chad Daybell was this man married for 30 years almost and had only gotten a speeding ticket. That is how he's depicted in opening statements. He was an author that had raised a family, and all of a sudden, Lori comes into his life. And John Pryor even mentioned how she had all these short-lived marriages. So we can see the blame going that way and towards the late Alex Cox, who's named as a co-conspirator in the case. All right, I think it is 10:30 in Idaho. I know that Judge Boyce said he wanted the courtroom back in session around this time, so let's get settled in for that. Thank you guys for tuning in, watching. We got 600 now since we got on live. Hope to bring in some guests, maybe a guest at the lunch break, see what I can do. But tomorrow, reminder, no court for this trial, so there's going to be a lot covered today. Right now, we are still on Detective Ray Hermosillo, the first witness called by the state. All right, guys.
Council, if you're ready, we'll have the jurors brought back in.
All rise.
Jury is present and accounted for.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. We're back on the record then on case CR 22-21-1623, just included the morning recess. Detective Hermosillo is still under oath, and Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can do that at this time.
Detective, I think when we left off, we were speaking about the autopsy of J.J. Vallow, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier that you did observe the actual, not only the body, but then the autopsy of J.J. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you present for that entire autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And when that autopsy was concluded, what did you do?
At that time, Dr. Warren and his team removed JJ from that autopsy table. Then they brought out a second, excuse me, black body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag from the scene because it also had dirt. And they placed that body bag on the table.
And what did you observe next?
Dr. Warren and his team opened the body bag, looked at the remains for what was left as far as remains inside. He stated there was nothing he could do at that time with an autopsy, so.
Judge, I'm going to move to strike as hearsay,
Your own statement already came through.
and I'm going to move to strike.
So
Could you repeat the question?
What did you observe? What were you had just talked about the Tylee's remains being brought out. What did you observe?
Once the remains were brought out, Dr. Warren opened the bag and looked at the remains and stated there was nothing he could do at that point. So at that time, we left the autopsy room for the day.
And when you left, did you do anything in furtherance of your investigation that day?
No,
Did you return to the Ada County Coroner's office the next day?
we did. On June 12th, 2020, we went back to the Ada County Coroner's office. At that point, Lieutenant Ball took custody of some of the evidence and we transported it to the state lab in Meridian.
And were you with Lieutenant Ball when you did that?
I was, yes.
And once you took it to the state lab, what did you do?
Those items were checked into the state lab. And then that concluded what we did for that day.
Detective, you spoke earlier about some of the other agencies you've worked with in this investigation. And is it correct you worked with Fremont County?
Correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that your primary focus in this investigation was looking for Tylee and JJ. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Was there an investigation in Fremont County at the same time that had connections to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
What was that investigation?
Fremont was investigating the death of Tammy Daybell, who was married to the defendant, Chad Daybell. Kind of the exact same time we were doing our investigation with missing children.
And would you meet with Fremont County and discuss the cases together?
Yes, we would.
And would you aid each other in those investigations?
Yes,
Would you share information?
yes.
Detective, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that event?
Through the course of sharing information with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, we were advised.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
I want to have the court reporter, if we could, read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
I'm not quite sure I understand that objection, Your Honor.
I don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question? Please.
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for two small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 2019.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it.
Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were working?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through his investigation and knowledge. Your Honor.
This objection's overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
And when you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, Did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were and the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony of the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case
Yes,
and your investigation?
correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said. Based on the information you gained from your investigation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
Those are the key figures that I put together as far as the investigation goes, photographs.
And did you do that to aid this jury in understanding who the people involved in this case are?
Yes,
And did you do that in anticipation of your testimony?
yes, I did.
Right. And are those, the pictures attached with those names, are those true and accurate representations of the individuals attached to those names?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, no.
Very well. Exhibit 30 is entered for that reason.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, if you can just use your pointer and just, for purposes of the record, read the names attached with each picture.
Sure. This is Lori Vallow Daybell, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, who was Lori's brother, Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, his deceased wife, Tylee Ryan, who is daughter to Lori, JJ Vallow, who's a son to Lori, and Melanie Pulowski Boudreaux, she was remarried, is the niece to Lori Vallow.
And when you say that JJ was Lori Vallow Daybell's son, was he also Charles Vallow's son?
Yes, he was.
And that was by way of adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And so Alex Cox was JJ and Tylee's uncle.
Yes.
Detective, similar to that last chart, did you prepare a timeline in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that based on your experience and knowledge of the case?
Yes, I did.
And it was based on information you gained through your investigation?
That's correct.
And did you do that to aid the jurors in understanding just the basic timeline of the events that happened in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 31.
Judge, could we approach please for the sidebar?
Yes.
All right, well, that sidebar taking a little bit longer than usual. Maybe they'll come back right as I start talking, guys. You guys should be able to hear me right now. Just jumping in here, we are still on Ray Hermosillo, and we're starting to get the backstory on this case through some of the Arizona cases. You're introduced, the jury's introduced to Charles Vallow, a little more on Alex Cox, this family tree. Basically, Rob Wood is helping or getting Hermosillo to present that Rexburg police was well aware of not only Tammy Daybell's death and how Fremont County Sheriff's Office was investigating her death, but back here in Arizona, in Chandler, Charles Vallow was shot and killed in July of 2019 by Lori's brother, Alex Cox. And at the time, Alex had claimed self-defense. And then in October of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux is shot at, and police believe that was also Alex Cox. Then they bring up October 9th, 2019. Tammy Daybell was shot at in a paintball incident. It wasn't a paintball gun. but in front of her driveway, in front of her house, Alex Cox is believed to be the suspect that attacked her there. So I don't know exactly where they're going to go with this, but John Pryor asked to approach for another sidebar and to approach the bench. We'll see if this has to do with the Arizona evidence that is slowly coming in. We saw that last year in Lori Vallow's trial, where John Thomas, her defense attorney or public defender, was also trying to keep that away. But here we go. Judge has just returned to the bench. Prosecution and defense also returning into the courtroom.
This time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's an evidentiary issue to resolve, which we are going to take up outside of the presence of the jury. We'll do that as quickly as we can. So I will be off the bench while I research this momentarily. Then we'll come back on and make a ruling outside of the jury's presence, bring them back in and continue evidence.
All rise, please.
Maybe seated.
Okay, so as you see there, Judge Boyce went to his chambers to review. He called it an evidentiary issue. I don't know if this has to do with anything in Arizona that's about to be brought up, but he is going to take a little bit of time. Not a recess. Obviously, as you can see, people are still in the courtroom, but the jury has been excused for a little bit. They're in the jury room, I guess, their break room. But yeah, so where we had just left off is that we're starting to see Rob Wood introduce Alex Cox, and even John Pryor in his opening statements called Alex Cox the protector of Lori Vallow. That is Lori's late brother, who died in December of 2019. He was found dead the day before Tammy Daybell's body was exhumed. This timeline is strange, and I remember when we were first looking at it back in 2019, how everyone involved, 5 people I believe, had died. Well, you had Charles die, you had the 2 kids missing at the time. We didn't know if they were alive or dead. You had Brandon Boudreaux shot at, you had Tammy Daybell who died suddenly, and then Alex died. According to the medical examiner here, natural causes, and then Tammy's body was exhumed on December 12th, 2019. And in the reports that we have and the records that we have through Chandler Police, interviews were done with his wife, Zulema Pastenis, and she said to detectives that Alex told her that he thought he would be the fall guy. He would be Lori and Chad's fall guy. And he had left like a duffel bag of cash within the last week before that. He had said he didn't feel very good, was sick. He had gone to Mexico as well for medication, and then he had gotten this the patriarchal blessing from Chad, that recorded blessing that we heard last year could very well be brought up again. But yeah, he was referred to as Lori's protector, but in some cases, through sources that we talked about, Lori referred to him as her hitman. We've heard that in the past, because if you go back to the 2007 incident in Travis County, Texas, Lori Vallow was married to Joe Ryan, and that incident was brought up in opening statements as well. He was tased. Joe Ryan was tased by Alex Cox. He pled guilty to aggravated assault. He did some time in the county jail for that. So that was one of the first known recorded events that we know about where he had attacked someone that Lori either was married to or married to in the past. And then you had the event with Charles Vallow, the shooting in Chandler. So Alex Cox, you're going to hear a lot about. Question is, how much evidence will be able to be brought in from Arizona? But if it can provide, if the prosecution can prove that it shows motive and it's going to help the jury understand this case. I mean, we had no issue last year, even though there were objections from the defense multiple times. So yeah, still watching right now as the judge is in chambers reviewing this. Question and comments, drop them in the chat. A lot of people that I've talked to about this case, there is this empathy for Charles Vallow, because as I said yesterday, he had been caught on body camera pleading his case multiple times that he felt Lori Vallow needed help. He tried to get her a mental health evaluation. This was back in January of 2019. He was locked out of his Gilbert home. Lori Vallow wasn't returning his calls. Family members weren't returning his calls. His truck had been basically stolen at the Phoenix police. At the Phoenix airport, Sky Harbor, and so he came back basically to nothing. The house, when he finally got in, it was a lot. And you've seen it all on body cam video. This was Gilbert body cam video. His belongings, his stuff was cleared out, and he didn't know what to do. His business bank account, he had been drained of $35,000 because Lori was on one of these accounts and could, transfer funds over. And so he was really pleading for help for anyone who would listen, but police couldn't really do much at the time. Lori Vallow ended up walking into Gilbert Police Department, because she reported that Charles had stolen her wallet, because he had showed up to JJ's school the next morning trying to find her, and trying to basically get JJ. He was trying to get the kids safe, mainly JJ. And so he had to return the wallet, but it was that didn't have many options on the table. And then she willingly went into like a behavioral health place, Community Bridges, to get that check, that evaluation, and she was discharged the same day. He wanted her involuntarily committed at the time. So yeah, Charles, that saga would begin and just get harder and harder for him before he ended up shot and killed in that Chandler home. And the autopsy and medical examiner's reports showed that the second shot, it was like someone would be standing over him, the way the bullet lodged into the floor he was flat on his back for that second shot. And it took about an hour for Alex Cox to call 911 from the home. He didn't call 911 right away. And as you guys have seen in the stories that we've done, Lori Vallow just left, dropped JJ off to school, went to Burger King and a CVS or Walgreens pharmacy, and came back and was smiling and laughing with police and just did not show any signs that she was upset, sad, or concerned that Charles had just been shot and killed. Even though there was a fight, alleged altercation before that, she didn't show any empathy that he had just been killed. Even if she was upset at him, I mean, there was no sign that she felt bad at all for what happened to him. That's definitely going to be brought up because then that leads into the life insurance policy that she calls about and finds out that she's no longer the beneficiary on this $1 million life insurance policy. And she will text Chad about that, and we see those texts, and those are brought up in court. And she realizes that it is Kay Woodcock that is now the beneficiary. And so that starts more, that brings more of an issue. And then Kay and Larry don't see JJ ever again, even on a FaceTime call or anything like that. So anybody have questions here? The cops treated Charles as if he didn't get involved in civil marital matters. We don't take sides, which ultimately cost the lives of many. That's a comment by Josh Butler, speaking about how law enforcement treated Charles at the time. Born to Survive says, sadly, he was a man afraid of his wife, and the cops didn't take him seriously. Lita says, Charles even told the cops she threatened to kill him. Yes, this is true. Excuse me, we have some audio in the background. Sorry about that. But yeah, not just in divorce paperwork, but also on body cam, he told police that Lori Vallow threatened to murder him with her powers. That's what he said that Lori told him. They had been fighting, and that led to the divorce paperwork. If not for that divorce paperwork, we would not know a lot early on. When we first discovered the divorce filing and read that in 2019, I'd say right into 2020, right in the beginning of 2020, early January, we got right after Christmas, and looking at the documents filed and the allegations, it was mind-blowing. And so it didn't just become these kids are missing and these parents are nowhere to be found, but hey, there's some clues left nearly a year ago at that time that Charles was afraid for his safety and JJ's safety, even Tylee's safety, and that he wanted Lori to get help, and the divorce filing was his way of trying to get her attention. But he ended up pulling out of that, and they didn't get divorced. They were estranged at the time of his death. So it just never came to fruition. He wanted to make it work. From loved ones, family members we talked to close to Charles, he wanted to make it work. He adored her, even though he knew that she was cheating on him with another man in Idaho. He had no idea who he was. And then we're going to probably see this evidence come into court of the email where Lori made up an email and posed as Charles and sent an email to Chad saying, hey, I'd like to have you here in Arizona, stay at our house, and I'm Charles Vallow. I would like you to write a book for me, help be my ghost writer, ghost author, or what. And so he found that, and he knew something was up, and he wanted to alert Tammy. But the question is, did Tammy ever find out about this? We don't know, because in trial she got an email on her work email, but it doesn't tell you if she read it, if she received it, did it go to spam or what. She didn't know who Charles Vallow was. All right, Judge Boyce, he is definitely going to take his time reviewing this evidentiary issue. I hope he explains it. it is a bit of a break for the jury right now, who just took in a lot of information, a lot of detail from Ray Hermosillo. And I think at some point they may wrap that up, get in a cross-examination, bring in a fresh witness that can provide a different perspective. But we've got to get through the rest of this testimony and cross-exam. Anybody else have any questions? I'm scrolling back. Brittany Hennick says, Charles told Kay if anything happened to him, it was at the hands of Lori and Alex. Yeah, and he told his lawyers, we've interviewed, it was eerie to find that out in the beginning, that he had basically warned them. He had predicted his death. He had predicted his own murder, saying if anything happens to me, look to Lori and Alex. That's what he told his lawyers. Now, with saying that, I want to remind you that Lori is charged in the conspiracy to commit murder for Charles's death. She has not been convicted, but that is the trial that we're waiting for here in Arizona. She has been charged in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, also a murder conspiracy, not been convicted. It has taken a lot of time to get to this point here in Arizona, even though she's already been sentenced to life in Idaho. A lot of people will tell you that's a waste. Why is she here? Why does she have to face these charges and taxpayers are paying for this if she's already a convicted murderer in Idaho doing life? And that's a fair point, but at the same time, if you talk to the family of Charles, talk to his sons, or you talk to his sister, and you talk to Brandon Boudreaux, they just want to see the accountability. They want to see Lori face justice in these cases. She could very well plead guilty. She is not. She's still here. She is indicating that she's taking this case on. And she has now 2 public defenders here in Maricopa County that are getting terabytes and terabytes of evidence from Chandler Police, Gilbert Police, and they don't know this case, or now they probably know a lot more since she's been extradited and they're representing her now. But they've got to do their homework. In these complex cases, they're literally designated complex cases in Maricopa County. It can take years to go to trial. So she's going to be here for the duration of this case. She's not going back to Idaho anytime soon. Thank you, Jen, for the comment. I appreciate that. And looking for other questions. Yeah, Brittany says Charles and Brandon still deserve justice. That's what family members say, is that they just want to finish this out and not just leave it with the conclusion in Idaho. Someone asked, when will Chad be sentenced? Well, we don't know that because Chad is standing trial now. Whether or not he's convicted, that's what we're going through right now in the beginning stages, as we are now in really day 2 of the trial and still on the first witness. Callie Tigress says Charles just let her be, but her friends and family notice her beliefs getting dark and weird. Interesting you say that. I interviewed Zach Cox, her nephew, a while back when she was first indicted on the conspiracy to commit murder charge in the death of Charles Vallow. And he said that he had noticed she was reading more of Daybell's books and doomsday fictional books, and then he had seen these papers that had the ratings in the past lives and names of people that she was in her multiple probations, and he didn't know what it was. Zach even told me he remembers, she said, texted him, hey, can you grab that piece of paper for me on the counter? Like, it was out there. It wasn't like she was really hiding this. She was starting to get into the podcasting with Melanie Gibb to talk about her religious beliefs, to talk about her faith. It was progressively getting bigger. She didn't hide it from the people that she lived with and was around. She didn't hide it at all. And even through trial, we learned that she had told Tylee that she was a zombie or dark spirit, something to that effect. And Tylee had told her, not me, mom, like, that ain't me. Like, so to her own daughter, through what we've learned in court and these records, she had said this stuff publicly without any issue or embarrassment or awkwardness. This was a part of her life. Question, Justin, does AZ have the death penalty? People have asked this about Lori's case. If she was charged with first-degree murder, just straight up, you could face the death penalty if convicted. But because this is a conspiracy to commit murder charge, from what we've seen in the statute, I don't think that's going to be the case here. But yes, the death penalty is in Arizona. Yep, Betty, they're still on a hybrid break because you still have people in the courtroom. Judge Boyce is in his chambers reviewing something regarding evidence, something he's not too sure about at this point before we continue on with Hermosillo, who's still on the stand. You guys see, if you're looking at the stream elsewhere, I know right now the camera's on me, but Hermosillo's still on the stand, everyone's still in the courtroom. Judge Boyce is not on the bench, he's in his chambers right now. Josh Butler says, Adam letting his family know unintentionally that he and Charles were going to confront Lori with an intervention, so to speak, unfortunately gave Lori the heads up to put her plan in motion. Josh Butler, you know the case pretty well. Shout out to you. Yes, there are text messages between Adam and Charles just minutes before he is shot and killed, minutes before the altercation outside that Chandler home on July 11, 2019. And Charles tells Adam that Alex is here. And that set off alarms, set off kind of the antennas. And Adam, through the text messages, he also says, you know, so they must know something is up. They really wanted to have a family intervention. Adam and Charles and Brandon Boudreaux have been in contact with each other, talking about how Lori was changing and how these beliefs were just changing her. And they knew about Chad Daybell being in her life. Brittany asked, do you think Lori will ever talk other than her sentencing speech? I don't know. Yeah, even in her sentencing, we were shocked. I don't know about you guys. Were you shocked? I mean, she didn't testify on her own behalf. I thought that if, you know, it was her trial and she just seemed like, yeah, maybe there's a chance. It was a 50-50 coin toss. And then she didn't testify. Really, the only thing you heard from her through the trial was how they were able to play part of a podcast that really showed, you know, her beliefs to the jury. A podcast, I believe, from 2018, maybe 2019. And that was the way the defense could show, you know, in their framing, she's just this very deeply religious woman. It doesn't talk about anything about, you know, dark spirits or hurting people or things like that. So she didn't testify, you know. I didn't think that she would be speaking in the allocution, and she did. It was every word, every sentence that came out was like, wow, this is just mind-blowing stuff. And you guys can pull that up anywhere, but, you know, I would encourage you guys to also check out our documentary, No Remorse, the trial of Lori Vallow. We really get into that sentencing and analyze it through the sources that we interview and talk about that at the end of it, where you see her just say she says there are no murders in the case, and then this is after a trial where she's convicted, and witnesses that are forensic pathologists have said these are murders, and she says accidents happen, suicides happen. It was mind-blowing to sit there maybe 20 feet behind her and hear this. All right, so as Judge Boyce wraps up on his review of this evidentiary issue, we are going to just settle in back in court. I'll give you a view of the courtroom, guys, and I think at some point he's not going to keep them waiting in there too long, or he would have just sent them to a lunch break or recess. So let's check into the courtroom.
Court standing session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on CR 22211623. We are going to take up an objection outside of the presence of the jury as it relates to the state's proposed exhibit, in this case, particularly state's proposed exhibit 31. And the court had to go back and review some prior rulings in the case that occurred some time ago. I've done that now, so what I'd like to go through is the proffer and determination if there's still a objection to the exhibit and make a ruling on that outside of the jury's presence. So Mr. Wood has offered exhibit 31, which is a timeline, and Mr. Pryor, does the defense maintain an objection to the admission of that timeline?
Judge, I spoke with Ms. Blake.
I spoke with Ms. Blake, and procedurally, I think at the time that the 404B was filed by the state, we were also dealing with the severance issue, is what I recall. And then she discussed that with me. So I think I may have made a non-objection to the 404B. And I think I made a record of that when Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald were objecting to that. So I may forego my objection because I think my recollection is I don't have a record of it, Judge, which is a little unusual, but I think I may have noted on the record to the court that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the 404B evidence.
All right, I understand. I think there was lodged an objection back February 14th of 2023 by you to the 404B motion. Is the state having clarification on that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, just based on recollection, I believe it was not an objection to all of the state's intended 404B, but some of it. And my recollection, and I'm not looking at any document, this is just my recollection, was that the defendant did stipulate to some of the 404B, including issues dealing with Charles Vallow and Brandon Boudreaux. That's my recollection.
And Judge, my recollection is that I did file a timely objection, but then at the hearing, there was, and I'm going back, Judge, and we're talking 3 years ago, and I'm just going off of recollection as well, as Mr. Wood is. I believe that I filed an objection, and then at the time of the hearing, I may have orally stated that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the Brandon Boudreaux or the Charles Vallow information, and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald continued theirs, and the hearing was continued on, and somewhere in the interim, Judge, there was a severance order granted, and I don't know whether I was part of the 404B motion. That's where I'm having some difficulty in recollection. My records don't show an order that you granted the 404B in this case, so I don't see an order in this case.
Okay, so just to clarify, there was an objection was filed on behalf of Mr. Daybell by Mr. Pryor, February 14th, 2023 to the 404B. We then had a hearing on the 404B evidence on February 22nd, 2023. The court then issued an oral ruling on the record, and in that oral ruling went through different evidence that was sought to be proffered under 404B. And among the rulings the court made on the court minutes under paragraph 9, specifically referencing consideration of the shooting at Mr. Boudreaux, the court weighed out the 404B arguments and found that it would be admissible at trial. And then in the hearing, I did indicate that I'd gone through the analysis for 404B, looking at I think the State versus Fox case, doing a two-tiered weighing of the factors, balancing them out with the evidence proffered. And ultimately, and I'm looking at the transcript of this hearing where I made the oral ruling, determining finally, quote, the court does find there is relevance under tier 1, parts 1 and 2 for the introduction of that evidence. And then I looked at rule 403 to see if there was probative value to substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice, and finally determined that as to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, there would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial, as it would relate back to the purported plan of the defendants. So the court did find that the state was permitted to introduce that 404B evidence. So as we stand here, knowing procedurally that's the ruling, on the timeline, I guess I'll first come back to this proposed Exhibit 31 and ask if there's any objection at this point for the defense, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 31 then has been offered and will be admitted. I would also note on the record, but I think the door has been open to discuss that anyway based on opening argument as well. But for that reason, and also based on the court's prior determination made, I am going to permit that reference on 404B evidence. The reason I'm still discussing this for counsel is I think this now triggers a requirement that I give a limiting instruction to the jurors about how 404B evidence is considered. And I do have prepared a limiting instruction that I am going to advise them of at such point as after your exhibit's been offered, Mr. Wood. Okay. Okay, thanks for the delay there. We can bring the jurors back in, please. This is,
I don't know where the,
I've got the actual.
and Judge, if I could just quickly inquire before the jury comes back in, if the court did have both pages of that in its,
I only have first page.
okay, once we get done with this witness, I'll bring that up.
Okay.
All right.
Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apologies for that delay. We were working through an evidence issue. I will note that the state has offered Exhibit 31, which has now been admitted by the court. It's a timeline. It does make some references in there that, for me at this time, I think would be best to give the jurors a special limiting instruction. So I'll read this instruction to the jurors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So with that instruction provided, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with that exhibit you missed.
Your Honor, I don't have any exhibit.
Well, I believe the witness does.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just briefly before I do, Detective, before we took a break, we spoke about timeline you had prepared.
Correct.
And the reason you prepared that was to aid the jury in understanding the events of this case.
Yes.
If you can take your pointer and go through these events and just read them into the record.
July 11th, 2019, Charles Vallow dies. September 2nd through September 3rd, 2019, Lori, Alex, and the kids, JJ and Tylee, moved to Rexburg, Idaho. The last known proof of life for Tylee was September 8th, 2019. The last known proof of life for JJ was September 22nd, 2019. The attempted shooting at Brenton Boudreaux, Gilbert, Arizona, or attempted homicide, excuse me, October 2nd, 2019. The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell, October 9th, 2019. The death of Tammy Daybell, October 19th, 2019.
And if you'll continue on the second page.
November 1st, police receive a call about a Jeep. The Jeep was located November 4th, 2019. Chad and Lori get married in Hawaii, November 5th, 2019. Welfare check on JJ, November 26th, 2019, which is the same day Alex and Chad were contacted. The Rexburg Police Department searched Lori and Alex's apartments November 27th, 2019. Search warrant served on the Daybell residence was June 9th on 2020. JJ and Tylee were taken to the Ada County Coroner's office June 10th, 2020. And the autopsy was conducted June 11th of 2020.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, would the court like me to start, or would you like to take a break, a lunch break?
Let's go ahead and get started with the cross and go till it was in, please.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
We do know each other. We've at least exchanged pleasantries a couple of times.
Yes, sir.
In the past. And I guess for purposes of this hearing, would you prefer that I refer to you as lieutenant or officer?
Lieutenant's fine.
Mr. Pryor, I apologize very much for the interruption. I wanted to confirm something on that last exhibit. It was entered by the court. Is that a demonstrative exhibit?
That's what I understood.
Either as a demonstrative or a summary.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Apologies for the interruption.
Judge, I'm also looking for the, oh, I found it. So Lieutenant, you've been involved in a number of aspects in regards to this case, right?
That's correct.
You've done some investigation on your own in terms of welfare check with Lori Vallow, is that right?
Yes,
But you've also interviewed a number of witnesses, is that correct?
yes,
You interviewed Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, right?
yes,
Several times?
few times.
And you've interviewed a number of other witnesses as it relates to this case, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, now you previously discussed your role as a police officer and investigator in this case. And I guess I want to clarify something if we could, please. As a police officer investigating a case, your role is to conduct an investigation, right? Look at the facts.
correct,
Try to establish and gain some information, right?
correct,
But you're not supposed to judge one way or the other, right? You're supposed to remain neutral,
that's correct,
and you're not supposed to narrow that role as a police officer to a particular person. Is that correct?
that's correct,
In other words, you're supposed to look at the evidence as a whole. And rather than focusing on one person and saying, we're going to assume this person did this, and we're going to build our case around prosecuting that person, that would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Your role is actually to look at all the evidence, consider all the evidence. And once you've gathered all the evidence that you think is relevant to a case, what do you do with that evidence?
we followed the evidence,
Okay, and then once you follow the evidence, you've established a report or you've come to concluding your investigation, what do you do with that evidence that you've concluded with?
we put a case together,
Okay, and then do you provide it to someone?
we provided to the prosecutors,
Okay, so there's distinct roles as part of a criminal case. You'd agree with that, right?
yes,
And your role is to conduct an investigation, correct?
correct,
Look into all possible evidence of any kind, correct?
that's correct,
And view the evidence, right?
yes,
Not make any determination as to what that evidence means, but rather gather as much evidence as you think is relevant in your mind and put together a compilation of that evidence, correct?
correct,
Okay. And then at that point, only at that point, do you provide it to the prosecuting attorney and they make a determination as to whether or not they will pursue charges against somebody. Do you understand? Is that the way you understand the process is supposed to work?
yes,
Okay. And if you were not to follow that process, if you were not to follow what I just described, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's protocols. You agree with that, right?
yes,
Okay. And you should never blend the roles of a police officer with the role of a prosecuting attorney. You would agree with that, right?
explain what you mean by blend the roles.
Well, I mean, it's not a prosecutor's role to show up at an investigation when you're conducting an investigation and engage in part of the process of interviewing witnesses. You'd agree with that, right?
I've had prosecutors show up to certain investigations.
Okay, but that's not the norm, is it?
I think it depends on the investigation.
Okay. So in other words, you think that it's appropriate that if a prosecutor is deciding whether to pursue charges against somebody, that they should also participate in the interviewing of these witnesses as part of that process. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it's important for a prosecutor to have all the information.
Well, doesn't that create a problem in your mind?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about that. Because if you're doing an investigation and you're really remaining neutral as part of that investigation, right? You're not supposed to make judgments, correct?
Correct.
You're supposed to look at the evidence, gather all the evidence, and then make a determination of what evidence you want to submit to a prosecuting attorney, right?
Correct.
Do you ever get involved in the process of deciding whether someone should be charged or not?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after the evidence is all gathered, and after you've done your report as a police officer and put together all of the information, do you ever go over to the prosecutor's office and say, you know what, I put this evidence together, and you know what, I want to have a discussion with you about whether or not we want to charge this person? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
I'm gonna object as argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under any circumstances?
And I'm gonna object as argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
And could you repeat the question again?
Yes. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under the circumstances?
To interject their personal opinion?
Yeah.
I would say probably not.
Okay. So if you're engaging in name calling or making references to a person's character in a case, that would clearly be an inappropriate act, would it not?
Objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
That's sustained, and that's facts, not evidence.
Right. Now, you spoke a little bit about this body cam issue. And you said that it was a policy that there's only one body cam among 7 or 10 of you as detectives, is that right?
No, sir, I never once said it was policy. I just said there was only one body cam.
Oh, so,
Between 7 detectives.
so in other words, you share a body cam, it's not a policy within the department.
Correct.
Okay, is there a policy in the department about recording or trying to preserve a record when you're interviewing witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that policy, sir?
When we interview and conduct interviews at the police department,
Yeah.
those interviews are recorded.
Okay. Now, what about if you're out in the field and you're conducting an interview? Is that to be recorded as well?
There's no policy that says it has to be recorded.
Okay. Do you carry a microphone as well, officer, other than a body cam?
No, not on my person, I don't.
Okay. Do you carry a cell phone while you're doing that? That's issued by the county.
Do I keep the cell phone in my car? Yes.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you carry a cell phone when you go out in the field?
On my person or in my vehicle?
Either one.
In my vehicle.
Okay. And does that cell phone have the technology that allows you to record or photograph and videotape images?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what I understand is on November 26, 2019, you were directed, or you directed your folks to go out to the Vallow residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that you were with Ron Ball, is that who you said you were with?
At one time, yes, I was with a couple different officers that day.
Oh, so tell me who you were with on that day. Remind me.
Detective Dave Holt,
Okay,
Detective David Stubbs,
okay.
and Lieutenant Ron Ball.
So there were 4 of you who went out there to locate or to find out some information about what again? Remind me.
About the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow.
Okay, and this was a concern that you had because you were contacted by another law enforcement agency expressing concern about the safety of a young child, right?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what was the purpose?
It was a simple welfare check.
Okay. And you went out on this welfare check and there were, if my map is correct, please correct me. Did all 4 of you detectives and lieutenants go out at the same time?
No, sir.
You went out at different times.
Myself and Dave Holt went out initially.
Okay, and then when did the other 2 officers show up?
When I called them based on the lies that I had been told.
Okay. And these lies that you've been told, at that point, you and Detective Hope, neither of you decided to bring a video camera, right?
That's correct.
And neither of you decided to wear a recorder to record any of the incidents that took place about these so-called lies, right?
That's correct.
And nobody took out their phone and recorded it or made a video or audio recording of the discussion with Mr. Daybell or Mr. Cox on November 26, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And even after you said these so-called lies, even after you discovered that, Mr. Daybell apparently told you something that you didn't think was true, at that point, did you instruct any of the officers who were coming to aid you? Maybe it's a good idea we should bring an audio with, or a video camera with us, or a mic to record some of these statements, because I have some concerns. Did you
Objection,
think
that's
about
not a
that?
motion.
We did that, sir.
Hold on.
I'm going with that. There was an objection. I'm sustaining the objection. So, strike the answer. You can ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
And it was Detective Stubbs who had the video cam, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was when you video cammed Miss Vallow, about when you had contact eventually with Miss Vallow, is that what the video camera that you're talking about?
I didn't have contact with Miss Vallow.
Now, I'm a little confused about something. And maybe you can clear this up. You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir, I didn't contact Mr. Daybell till after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number from Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay. Then subsequent to that, he
Hold on,
decides,
Mr. Pryor. When there's an objection, I'm gonna rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis here.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number at first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection, he's misstating the facts and the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled. If the witness has an answer, you may answer.
You say he showed back up. He never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone number.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second request?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So without any prompting by the police, he asked him for the phone number, he denied, and then within 60 seconds, he said, oh, here's the phone number. Is that what your testimony is?
When Detective Hope started walking towards us and I re-asked him again, that's when he gave me the number.
So you had to ask him twice, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Now I'm gonna kind of bounce around a little bit, okay? Please bear with me, okay? You made a comment about supposed paintball guns, and if I misquote your testimony, please correct me, okay? You said something about a supposed paintball gun incident with Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you later on decided that it was the words you used were a shooting. Is that the word you used?
Probably.
Well, you were just here testifying a few minutes ago, and just used the word shooting when Mr. Wood talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you got a chance to look at all the evidence, right? In this case, you got access to almost all the evidence in this case,
That's
correct?
correct.
And have you gone through all the evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you look at evidence of facts and circumstances surrounding the Tammy Daybell incident on October 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, just bear with me.
Your Honor, if he's gonna be showing evidence digitally, can we put our screen back up?
Yeah.
Not sure I'm gonna be up there, but okay. Now, I would represent to you that we previously stipulated to the admission of a number of exhibits in this case. And one of the exhibits is exhibit number 16. Okay? And the parties that previously exhibited, Judge, we've already moved it, it's already been exhibited. So what I'm gonna do is show you exhibit 16, okay?
And this is one already admitted.
It's already been admitted, Judge, previously. Now, you talked about facts, and you used the word shooting is what you used, right? With Tammy Daybell?
Correct.
And you don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot at with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
You don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
The evidence through our investigation.
Okay, and part of your investigation is did you look at the Tammy Daybell evidence that she provided to your office?
To my office or Fremont County?
Fremont County.
I did.
Okay. And one of the pieces of evidence is exhibit number 16. Judge, I don't see it going up.
All right, counsel, if you'd like, we can take a lunch break or we can keep moving on here for a minute.
Here we are, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, and officer, I'd have you turn to the screen and see if you can read the screen. Just read it. Not out loud, just to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this is a email from Tammy Daybell to her friends in the Salem 3rd Ward of her church. Okay? And would you start with the word something and read the email to me?
Something really weird just happened. I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask suddenly standing at the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded. I yelled for Chad and he ran around the back of the house. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he though.
Okay. So, and do you see the date on this email? It's just about friends there.
Are you gonna object to this being characterized as an email?
I'll sustain that.
Okay.
Do you want to clarify, Mr. Farr, what type of communication it is?
Well, it's a communication to the friends of the church, and I think it's a text
I'm
message.
sorry.
I believe it's a text message. Judge, I may have misstated that it was an email.
Okay.
My apologies. So this text message went out to all of the friends of the Salem 3rd Ward. It's an LDS ward over in town of Salem, right?
I can't answer
I
that.
don't know. You know where the town of Salem is, right?
I do.
And that's a town that's close to Rexburg?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously, you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of a religious group of folks they're talking to, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm gonna object to characterization of this as an email. It needs to be
Text
short.
message, judges, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry. Can we speak for
Yeah. When there's an objection, Mr. Corrigan, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond, please. So if it's sustained, misstates the evidence.
Text.
I'm also gonna object to this being described as a text message. There needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
it.
I'll overrule that objection. Jury can review it in the format it came in with the screen capture.
So at any rate, this message from Ms. Daybell to the people in the third ward doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Does say it's a gun, just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says paintball gun. You're right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't say any other gun, though, right? That there's any confusion about that, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at the, I'll be bringing that up later, but the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine for Tammy's.
Were you aware that, and I'm gonna hack his name, but one of the officers, Officer K, he, whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay, and there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No,
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
that's correct.
Okay, so the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence, at the time of this shooting, and do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this, because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. If it is sustained, let's just argue it's not a question. You can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that's taken place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, even the time. So we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10 and 1:15.
All rise, please.
Everyone, Justin Lum here on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. You're streaming the Chad Daybell trial. We are now in the lunch recess, sort of a action-packed hour that we just saw, considering, the slow start we had to the trial. But John Pryor now gets his chance at cross-examination. Let me know your comments, your questions here in the chat. We're working through some tech stuff here. Bear with me. We're learning as we go along, but I hope you guys are enjoying the stream as far as the information, the commentary, the analysis. Hopefully we will have a guest on real soon during this longer break. So I'm going to be talking a lot, and I hope that you guys are interacting with me a lot through this trial. Now, some things that we added to the stream, we have a close-up of the witness stand now, so you get a better view of Hermosillo or whoever is testifying at the moment. Obviously, we have our shot of the gallery and the prosecution, the defense, and the attorney or whoever is at the podium doing questioning or cross-examination. We've got our main trial angle where you see all the angles that we originally provided by the trial administration, including the judge, of course. This is what we've been working on to just get you a better view, to build on what we've been provided on, the basic stuff. And then we have a close-up just of Daybell, trying to get any reactions. I know you can't see everything on his face, but you can see his features and you can see his body language. So we've got a close-up on him. And so I'll do my best to keep up and work through these angles and, really produce this so you guys can see everything going around in the courtroom in real time as these conversations are happening back and forth. So yes, we have a 1 hour lunch recess. Thank you to the 650 people watching right now. I briefly had up a closing arguments a lower third, but we removed that. We have graphics ready for the trial, throughout the trial, but we are not in closing arguments at all. We are not near closing arguments. Trust me, you would know. So what are your thoughts on John Pryor and his cross-examination skills? He went at Ray Hermosillo pretty aggressively. At one point, Judge Boyd said, hey, I've given you a chance here. You can't get argumentative. You can't make statements. This is your chance to ask questions. And what he did was ask mainly about the Tammy Daybell 911 call. In the Tammy Daybell 911 call, she reported that someone shot at her with a paintball gun. She thought it was a prank, but really it wasn't a paintball gun incident. Investigators believe that was Alex Cox, Lori's brother, shooting at Tammy Daybell in front of her driveway, but nothing happened. She didn't get hit at all. So John Pryor is asking, how do you know it wasn't a paintball gun? Like, he's really asking these clarifying questions, which some of you I can see in the chat are not so happy with his attitude or his the way he's addressing the witness. But obviously every lawyer has their own style. It is going to be interesting to see what else he comes with, because there's this whole timeline of events. And so John Pryor has probably been taking notes on what he's going to ask and how he's going to address Hermosillo throughout this whole cross-exam. And we still have the afternoon. Maybe he'll get through it after the break, and then we get the beginning of the second witness testimony. Another thing that happened just before that is the admission of an exhibit that's basically a timeline of events that the prosecution wanted the jury to see and wanted Hermosillo to read through and review. And this has to do with 404B. Basically, this is how 404B works. We got introduced to this last year in Lori Vallow's trial regarding the Arizona evidence that was brought in. And this is an Idaho law here, 404B. I want to read it to you. Crimes, wrongs, other acts, prohibited uses, evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character, permitted uses notice in a criminal case. This evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. In a criminal case, the prosecutor must file and serve reasonable notice of the general nature of any such evidence that the prosecutor intends to offer at trial, and to do so reasonably in advance of trial or during trial if the court for good cause showed excuses lack of pretrial notice. So a lot of lawyer talk, a lot of law talk, but you're going to hear about the Charles Vallow case and the Brandon Boudreaux case, these two shootings, one of them ending up fatal. And so what the prosecution is trying to do is show the jury that they're trying to show that Chad Daybell was allegedly involved in these two cases somehow, even though he wasn't physically in Arizona. And that is going to inevitably bring up Lori Vallow, his co-defendant and wife, and what led up to the murder of Charles Vallow, and what led up to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, and how Alex Cox was involved, and how this all ties in with the Idaho case. Can you guys hear me? Oh, you were talking about prior. I thought you guys can hear me right now, right? Okay, just making sure. I see levels. You guys can hear me, then we are good to go. We have some questions here, and I am hoping that we get our guest on here via Zoom. We are going to test that out, and that should work, and you guys will get to dive into our conversation about the case. Pam Keith, do you think Pryor will make the jury mad? He seems to be making the judge mad. I know it's just his job, but he acts like Chad let Alex do whatever he wanted on his property. I can't read a part of this, but the jury, if I could be in there, it would be interesting to see what the jury's reaction is to all this, and that's why I want to bring in the next guest following the trial, and they're in Boise, Idaho, to give us insight in how they've reacted to all the graphic evidence that we heard and saw today, this morning, regarding JJ and Tylee's deaths, the discovery of their remains, and how they're reacting to John Pryor's approach every time he asks a question during cross-examination. He's really trying to poke holes in Hermosillo's story. Hermosillo is pretty calm. He's calm, cool, and collected right now. He's answering with the facts that he has. He was a big part of this case from the beginning until the end. So he's just going to answer, to what he knows. And there's a lot here. There's a whole timeline. And so it's a lot for the jury to keep up with. But definitely John Pryor trying to, it seems, rile him up right now. Let's see, any other comments? Pryor will never keep this up for the entire trial. We'll see. Someone comments that you guys are wanting to know more and analyzing if it was, Chad and Alex working together in this case. The question is how the defense, with the witnesses they have, can they show that Chad had no involvement? How did he not know that these people were on his property? How did he not know that Alex was on his property? Alex's cell phone data points him to the backyard, his cell phone. So it's Alex's cell phone at the location. They're not saying Alex, but obviously people have their devices on them, and that is, in this case, a tracker of his movements. So that will be interesting. Will Chad testify? But that opens him up to cross-examination as well. And then the prosecution would get their chance to pick his narrative apart, or whatever his defense is. Another comment from Silver Sleeper. Daybell's lawyer is doing all of this cross-examination knowing the bodies were found on his property. Yeah, at the end of the day, the facts are that the children were found on Chad Daybell's property and that Tammy Daybell was found dead there. Chad Daybell's 911 call will be shown as well for the jury to hear on October 19, 2019, when he told the dispatcher that she was frozen and that she wasn't moving. It was in the middle of the night, suddenly. And from everything we know through last year's trial, she was healthy. And we expect to hear from Daybell's defense. Witnesses will say that she had some health struggles and allegedly did not want to go to the doctor and get treated for whatever she was dealing with. But at the same time, the medical examiner, Utah's chief medical examiner, ruled this a matter of a homicide in that Tammy died from asphyxiation. Another note that we have away from Chad's past: in Utah, he worked as a sexton. He was a grave digger. He worked at a cemetery. That's just his background. At the end of the day, will we find out who literally, physically did this to the children on the property and dug these shallow graves? There's going to be a lot of circumstantial evidence. Right now, the prosecution is laying foundation in using law enforcement. Law enforcement has all the facts, more than another witness or family member probably would. They can answer questions regarding the victims if you're bringing a family member to the stand. But these law enforcement guys that are testifying, they have all the dates. They have the whole investigation down packed. They have been living this for the past 4 or 5 years. So I see why the prosecution chose to go with Hermosillo first off. Very anxious to see who is next to call to the stand after we get through cross-examination. Chirpy Chirp says John Pryor is casting doubt. It's exactly what he's supposed to do. You're right. He's a defense attorney. His strategy is to mess this up, mess up the prosecution's strategy and their storytelling of this, muck it up, and see if that will affect even one juror to have doubt, because it's up to the state. They have the burden of proof, lies with the state. That's just the way it is. We have a comment from Little Lisa. I hope they can find a way to see if Chad's method of burying JJ was something he has done before. Maybe subpoena a former sexton or employee at his cemetery. Now, interesting. He's not necessarily accused of physically doing that. We are going to find out what other evidence there is on the Daybell property linked to Chad. But the fact is that the kids were found there. I have never seen any document or anything in an affidavit where police say Chad exactly did it. It just points to Chad and Alex being at the property on these certain dates. So circumstantial evidence, but these are the scenarios that we came across during jury selection when prosecution asked these jurors, can you take these jury instructions and look at the facts, especially a case where there's a lot of circumstantial. Okay, all right. Well, I want you guys to drop some more questions below. We're going to take one more quick break, kind of the halftime of the recess. I'm going to check in with our next guest, and hopefully we'll get that person on to talk more about what we saw in the courtroom today. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, we are back. I got my headphones in because we have a guest about to drop in. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. This is a first for us. I see Lauren Matthias joining us right now on our stream. Lauren, can you hear me? Hello, hello. All right, we'll keep watch for that right now as we work through some of these technical issues. But yeah, that is it. You guys can hear me. The hope is that we can get Lauren back on here on camera. Lauren Matthias is the host of Hidden True Crime, a podcast, and she's also a former reporter for multiple stations. She's reported in Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho, East Idaho. And what we wanted to do was talk to her because she's been at the Daybell trial since the beginning of jury selection and get her reaction for what's going on inside the courtroom. And yep, she's trying to log back in right now as we speak. So we hope that works and see if she can offer some more insight. And I'm sure she will. We're working through these little glitches right now. But if you guys have questions, this is like a hybrid. This is a merging of our Fox 10 platform and, you know, the Hidden True Crime podcast here, Lauren Matthias, who's been covering this case as well for a long time. So let's hope that works. I'm going to take these off for now. But you guys go ahead and leave your comments and your questions in the chat. We're about 30 minutes away from continuing the Chad Daybell trial, lunch recess right now. A lot of evidence that we heard this morning. And we're getting into that cross-examination by John Pryor. And just by looking at last year's trial, comparing it to now, there's definitely more pointed cross-examination. Nothing bad to say about last year's cross-exam. It was more clarifying questions. But Pryor is right away trying to get on the attack on the witness that we have here, Ray Hermosillo. So that will probably go on for a little bit because there's a lot that was covered in Hermosillo's testimony with direct questioning. So you can only expect that this is going to be a little spicy. I'm gonna get Lauren on here in just a moment, even if it's by phone. We'll make that work like we did yesterday with our guests. We'll just put her on speakerphone. So we'll be right back in a moment. All right, we are hoping for the best here. Lauren Matthias, are you there?
I'm here. Hey, Justin, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so we got audio. We don't got your face on the screen, but that's okay. I appreciate you working with us right now. This is a first for us, so I appreciate you bearing with us. But, you know, just wanted to talk to you real quick about inside the courtroom, reaction from the jury. Specifically, let's just start with John Pryor and his cross-exam. What did you think about that?
Oh my goodness. I think that we had Judge Boyce asked him over 3 times to slow down. And when there's an objection made that John Pryor has to wait for the judge to make a ruling on the objection. And we had to have that conversation with John Pryor 3 times. He was very argumentative, in my opinion, from what I could see, very, very spicy, you could say. And I also noticed that Chad Daybell, who actually kind of is a sloucher, he slouches in his chair. I've never seen him stand taller than when John Pryor was cross-examining Detective Ray Hermosillo today. But the jurors are paying attention, I'll tell you that, to everything today. And they were certainly, I think, a bit taken back by the abrupt defense, the cross-exam that John Pryor was doing.
All right, on the call, Lauren Matthias, host of Hidden True Crime, also former TV news reporter in multiple markets. But really, this case has changed your life as you've covered it for the past 4 years. And, you know, we've talked here on and off throughout all of the chapters and all of the major moments. But today was Hermosillo's chance to provide the jury all the details, the graphic details of this tragedy. What did we get from the jury when they're finally hit with this compared to last year where they kind of slow played Hermosillo in after a couple witnesses?
Right, yeah, day 2, and they're seeing probably the most heart-wrenching, tragic evidence in this case, right? These photographs of these victims, JJ and Tylee, and it was certainly a difficult day. These jurors really do not know much about this case, right? And yet here they are on day 2, seeing this stuff. There were many jurors crying. There were 3, if not 4. There were 3 visibly wiping away tears, 2 women and 1 man who were crying looking at these photos, these pictures of what they discovered in Chad Daybell's yard. And then there was another one who also looked like she was crying. But they were also, you know, they were paying such close attention, all 18 of these jurors, that when Rob Wood, during this moment, when Rob Wood would ask something, they would all look at Rob Wood, and then the moment Rob Wood concluded the sentence, they all turned to Detective Ray Hermosillo as if they were just like waiting almost with bated breath. What's Detective Hermosillo going to say next? I think they were absolutely shook and taken aback, and they probably were taking some time during that first recess to process and put themselves back together.
I can imagine, I wonder how draining this is for Detective Hermosillo, who has lived through this, testified last year, testifying again, and now he's in cross-examination with John Pryor. We didn't get to see the photos public access-wise. They barred that, but you guys are able to see that. For you, the second time around now, what do you notice? And disclaimer for everyone, these are some graphic images that were brought out in court today regarding JJ and Tylee.
Thanks for the trigger warning. Yeah, I appreciate that. So really quickly, the gallery was actually not able to see the photos this time around. I did see the photos last year during Lori Vallow's trial, Lori Vallow Daybell. So I saw everything that the jurors are seeing today, but just not today, because they decided that since this is now live streamed for the public, they removed the photos off the big screen, which is where all the gallery viewed them last year. But the jurors were all looking at their computer screens, and Chad Daybell had the photos on his computer screen. So everyone had their individual screens, and the way they described the photos, I knew exactly what they were seeing. With that trigger warning, I just want to say at one point, Ray Hermosillo is explaining that when they removed a plastic bag from, you know, JJ, after discovering JJ, that he had duct tape on from his mouth, cheek to cheek. Hearing that is hard enough, right? Hearing that, you had to just give a trigger warning. These jurors are seeing it. So imagine that everything they're describing in that live stream today by Ray Hermosillo, the jurors are looking at it, at their screens, and seeing those vivid descriptions that are almost too much for us to hear today.
Yeah, and I'd like to know, I'm watching Chad, same expression, how does he seem to be handling all this information?
You know, I actually was just, I had my eyes on the jurors and Chad Daybell because they weren't showing us the photos, and because I don't have this incessant need to be live tweeting every single thing. I was able to spend more time just watching everyone's expressions in the courtroom today and taking it in. And what was really, in my opinion, odd was that Chad Daybell showed really little emotion. He was shaking his head at some point, looking at the photograph, looking at his computer screen, and he actually his little frown, which it's like this natural frown that he kind of has, where his lips are pursed and tight together, got a little bit stronger, and he shook his head. Some people I was sitting next to, I was next to a woman that referred to it as sort of like a micro expression or micro emotion, because it was hard to even understand what he might be feeling. Like if he's shaking his head like, yeah, this isn't my fault, or if he's shaking his head saying, oh, this is tragic, this is so upsetting. Compare that to Lori Vallow last year, who actually asked to be removed from the courtroom before these photos were shown. I mean, that was something that really upset the jurors last year, was that this mother was saying, oh, I don't want to look at these photos of my kids. Please let me leave, let me leave. The jurors are like, look, if we're looking at these photos, so are you, Lori. But this year with Chad Daybell, there was hardly an emotion. He just kind of sat there while all this was going on, while jurors were crying over these photos. He just sort of just shook his head and slouched, and that was it. That was it.
So either Chad has a good poker face and he's not trying to show any emotion, or he's not shocked. Because the bottom line, we brought this up again, these kids were found on his property. And his wife also found dead on his property. He's innocent until proven guilty. You compare it to last year, Lori's now convicted. She wanted to be excused. Do you think she never saw the aftermath, what happened to her children? Did you think she just saw them for the last time and that was it? I know it's a tough question.
It's a tough question, but I'll give my opinion after following this case for 4 years. Do I know? No. But what do I think? I think that she didn't see the aftermath. I don't think she did. We know that her brother Alex Cox's phone pinged at Chad Daybell's yard. We don't know anything about Lori Vallow's phone or where she was. After I have seen the evidence and sat through Lori Vallow's entire trial and you know, been watching you report on this for 4 years, Justin, I would say that Lori Vallow had not seen the aftermath until that day in court. Or maybe I shouldn't say until that day in court, until she saw photos of the kids or knew.
You guys are listening to Lauren Matthias, host of Hidden True Crime. She's on the call with me right now. She's inside the courtroom when it's not recess for the Daybell trial. I'd like to know the mood of the Boise community just around the courthouse. That people must know that this is round 2 of this saga, but is there a different mood there compared to last year?
Yeah, it's heavy. I think more people understand exactly what's going on now. You know, it's day 2 of the actual trial. There was one resident as I was running in saying, what's going on today? Because he saw the news cameras camped outside, and I said, Chad Daybell trial. He knew who Chad Daybell was, right? I didn't have to say, and by the way, do you know who Chad Daybell is? He just said, okay, now I understand. And then, you know, there are 3 Lori Vallow jurors in the courtroom today as well. So 3 of the jurors that sat on Lori's trial are now here to sort of process and see Chad's trial. And I just think after this city has gone through this once, they're all a lot more well aware of what's going on for round 2 now.
I got a few more questions. I don't want to take too much of your time, but John Pryor is trying to poke a hole in the story or the facts that Hermosillo is presenting. He's now focused on the 911 call that Tammy Daybell was on, the paintball gun incident. Is he just trying to, does it seem, agitate or make a muck of this, cast some doubt for the jury?
I think he absolutely is. I think this is what's going on. I think that he's setting up this idea that Chad Daybell was framed. It's what we know that the Daybell children sort of relayed in some national news broadcasts that Chad was framed. But I think what it looks like that John Pryor is going a little bit further with this idea of him being framed by Lori and Alex. I think he's implying that he might have been framed also by Rexburg Police Department, that he might have been framed by prosecutors, that he might have been framed by the state of Idaho. I think that is really what we're starting to see here is this idea that Chad Daybell is framed. Yeah, that's sticky, but by a lot more people than maybe we originally thought. I don't think they're just going to pin this on Lori and Alex. I think they're going to imply that some crime scenes were staged or set. You know, he mentioned that yesterday, John Pryor, as Ray Hermosillo began his testimony. Ray was showing this horrible Halloween mask and other things that were found in Lori Vallow's townhome. And John Pryor questioned, well, how do you know? It sounds like this stuff might have been staged then. You know, questioning Ray Hermosillo's intentions certainly lends to this idea that there are a lot more people involved in plotting, you know, charges against Chad Daybell than even just Alex and Lori. That's what I'm seeing, at least.
When you mention Chad Daybell, there you have to mention Lori Vallow in this case because they're so tied together. They're co-defendants with two separate trials. I don't know if she has access to the live stream of the Chad Daybell trial, but in opening statements, John Pryor flat out pins blame on her and Alex and talks about how she basically pursued Chad like Chad is innocent in the affair, that aspect of it. They lay out this affair, this scandal right off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he didn't wait a second to throw Lori under the bus, which is what we were also expecting, right? Justin, you and I had talked, we're like, yeah, we I think all kind of knew this was coming, speculating that Chad Daybell was going to throw Lori Vallow under the bus. But, I mean, day one, he didn't waste a moment. This was opening statements of the defense that this is this woman who has this history because she's been divorced a lot, and he referred to her being like this vixen, you know, that seduced Chad Daybell. And that's certainly going to be the theme of Chad Daybell's entire defense, that, you know, heaven forbid, he didn't want any of this to happen. And Sean Pryor also referred to the yard where Chad lived as sort of a farm. And I think he's trying to imply that maybe Chad wouldn't know that the children were buried there because he lives on this vast farm, which, you know, you and I know isn't necessarily accurate. But yeah, he's certainly laying this idea that Lori and Alex could have plotted this entire thing, and Chad was simply this innocent bystander taken by this beautiful vixen.
I think that's interesting because last year I had a source tell me that Lori was so angry with closing arguments when Jim Archibald said that she was following Chad and she admired Chad and went into the storm, and she didn't want to be looked like as a follower, and that you know, she didn't want Chad to be blamed. But what other defense was there for her team? And now here in opening statements, John Pryor flat out says that she may be the root of this whole tragedy. Last thing, what do you expect to see after cross-examination as far as a witness and as far as the prosecution strategy?
You know, that is a mystery, right? I was wondering if it was going to be sort of like a rinse and repeat from Lori's trial with how they strategize and how the prosecution is going to lay this out, and it hasn't been. Day two, it's already really different. We have different witnesses starting out. Ray Hermosillo was not the first witness. It was actually Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandmother, and Brandon Boudreaux from Arizona. Those were the first witnesses on the stand last year for Lori's trial. It's already really different. And I think we're going to see a big difference this year. And I also think that we're going to see evidence that nobody has ever seen. Because a lot of the evidence that was released from Arizona last year, we all saw that, right? But now we're talking about Chad Daybell, who only lived in Idaho, you know, married an Arizona woman, but he lived in Idaho the same time. And I think that Idaho has some evidence that they have kept really under wraps that we're never going to see, and that you and I maybe don't even know about. We'll see, though. We'll see.
We'll see. Lauren Matthias of Hidden True Crime, thank you so much for getting with us on this lunch break, and good luck in there, and get some rest when you can. We appreciate you.
Hey, well, one more thing, Justin. I just want to say this. You have been covering this from the very beginning. You saw that Charles Vallow's death was suspicious, and I just want to thank you for never dropping this case and being a voice for these victims. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll be in touch, and just thank you for your incredible work.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We'll talk soon.
We'll see ya. Bye-bye.
All right, Lauren Matthias of Hidden True Crime. Some good insight because she's in there in the courtroom for round 2 of the Chad Daybell, Lori Vallow saga. And we should be getting back in there after this lunch recess ends in a little bit. So we're going to take you there. Thank you guys for dropping your comments below. Continue to bring in guests. You know, hopefully internet connection is better out there in Boise so we can see our guests. But that was Lauren Matthias of Hidden True Crime, who's been covering this case for a while. as well. So cross-examination continues with Detective Ray Hermosillo, John Pryor doing the questioning after this break ends, and then we'll see who is witness number 2 called on by the state. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We are just about at the tail end of the lunch recess for the Chad Daybell trial. Our friend Nate Eaton of East Idaho News tweeting from inside the courtroom that people are back in and just waiting for this to get back underway, get the cameras on, get the judge to the bench, jury inside, and all of that. If you're just catching up, we are still on witness number 1 called on by the state, Detective Ray Hermosillo. He's with the Rexburg Police Department, and he got through some pretty graphic testimony this morning of how JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found on Chad Daybell's property in June of 2020, nearly 4 years ago. A lot for the jury to handle. As you heard as we spoke to our guest, Lauren Matthias with Hidden True Crime, the podcast, she's been reporting from inside the courtroom as well. She tells us there were some jurors that were visibly emotional, upset, even shedding a tear or two because what they were hearing about these children, it's horrific. I was there last year to see it in person as far as the evidence and the exhibits, and it is hard to absorb, not just for family members there. So right now, we are just minutes away from getting back into the afternoon portion of day 2 of the trial, really, here. We are looking forward to see what else John Pryor has in his cross-examination of Detective Hermosillo. He has been a bit aggressive, you could say. He appears to really be trying to poke holes in the testimony of Hermosillo, who, again, longtime detective with the Rexburg Police Department, and he's had to slow down a little bit. The Judge Boyce has had to step in and say, you know, there are some objections coming in from the prosecution, but he's going full force right now. He seems to be fired up in this cross-exam. If you guys have questions and comments, drop them in the chat. I may not respond on camera right away because these comments are coming in pretty fast. Right now we have 700 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me on our live stream. I really appreciate that because I know how many outlets are sharing this judge's live stream. We've worked on some camera angles so you guys can see some different views of the courtroom. But drop those comments below and I will answer to some of them. If I can inform you better or provide context, I'll drop them in the chat as well. And we'll recap when court ends for the day at 2:30 our time. It looks like Judge Boyce has returned to the bench.
Judge, would you prefer I wait?
It's up to you. You can go take the podium if you'd like, or you can wait at Chelsea's table.
All rise, please. The jury is present and counsel.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The defense is conducting cross-examination of the witness, Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Officer Hermosillo, I'm gonna take my time. I had probably a little too much coffee this morning, so I avoided that over the lunch hour, and now I think I'm okay. Let's hope so. I think the judges admonished me enough at this point that I think I got the point. So we're gonna go a little slower if you don't mind. So I want to go back to the paintball incident. And you said that one of the pieces of evidence was that Alex Cox had Googled a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge Dakota.
Was it the windshield?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Judge, there's previously been an admission of Exhibit 34 by stipulation. That's Homer J. Maximus with a reference from the state as well. And we'll get back to that in a minute, but there was at least a reference at some point that there was going to be trying to find out what kind of caliber it would take to penetrate a Dodge Dakota vehicle, at some point, windshield or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And you took that as a threat, as a means of saying that's why Alex Cox was trying to kill Tammy Daybell.
That Google search, along with him being at that residence that same day earlier,
Okay,
and the incident involving Tammy Daybell,
okay, okay,
that
okay. And that's what drew you to that conclusion, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So we don't know who was driving the Dodge Dakota regularly, do we? Because you didn't speak with the kids, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do know that on the day that you said Chad Daybell, at least you were alleging that Chad Daybell fled on sometime in June 9th. Is that right?
Objection mistakes the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
in. I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it in inbound, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. Which one was it?
Which day, sir?
On June 9th, there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, an Equinox and the Dodge Dakota. So which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just did. I couldn't recall the vehicle that
Okay.
was arrested.
Okay, okay, that's fair, that's fair. So, just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone was, or that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what type of caliber to at least shoot at a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know it was someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. least I think that would help you. There. Judge, I don't know why it's not going up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit?
34.
Sorry, which 34 has sub exhibits, is
I
that
believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's some one can assist to see what the. Okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry, and I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date
October 12th,
of?
2019.
Okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the incident with the paintball gun took place 3 days before this search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was the basis for someone going after Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner. This is the one and only that you're relying on, is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying on?
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening,
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to pull it up.
Well, I've got those and we're gonna go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but,
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, before we get to the Hannibal Lecter thing, let's talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting knives, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you are gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what it's said.
Okay, Judge. October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharpener, right?
Correct.
Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. All that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir, that was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives
don't either.
belong to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I
Okay.
presume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some voir dire and native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of, for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? Okay. And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection hearsay.
That's the same.
I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he.
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's a statement.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, now if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly,
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
you'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, with counsel?
Sure, outside watching.
Well, we got a brief sidebar. We'll see how brief it is. John Pryor wants to approach the bench. Cross-examination still going on, and we are seeing what Pryor is doing here. He is asking about those Arizona cases, specifically Charles Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux, the alleged victims in those two Arizona cases. And he asks Hermosillo, who is charged in those cases, and clearly indicating and telling the court Chad Daybell is not charged in those cases. And then he brings it back to the 2007 aggravated assault case that Alex Cox pleaded guilty to in the attack on Lori Vallow's third husband, Joseph Ryan. Alex Cox was the suspect who pleaded guilty to that. So obviously she didn't even know Chad Daybell at that time. But Pryor is trying to show the jury that Chad Daybell is not involved, or as far as in court proceedings or in any criminal matter, he's not involved in the Arizona cases. He's never been charged. But there were charges recommended for Chad Daybell in those two cases. I see, is that Rob Wood? Okay, they're still on that sidebar, keeping an eye on that for you. So Pryor seems to be kind of all over the place here with his questioning. He brought up the Google searches on Alex Cox's Google account, his Gmail account, Homer J. Maximus. He's trying to poke holes in the state's case and in the narrative provided by Rexburg police. And, you know, trying to cast doubt here in saying that these Arizona cases that brought up have nothing to do with his client, Chad Daybell. But again, I will remind you that Gilbert Police and Chandler Police did recommend charges for Chad Daybell as well as a co-conspirator in the conspiracy, but only Lori Vallow ended up being charged. Okay, Judge Boyce returning to the bench right now.
Judge,
All right, but I just wanted to reiterate, we had an objection that was sustained on relevance grounds, and the court confirms that objection, concluding under 403, it's not relevant for purposes of this case.
Judge, based on that ruling, the state would move to strike the question.
All right, the question stricken on that topic won't be allowed.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell's phone, and I'd like you to refresh my recollection. Okay? Yeah. You made mention that on the 26th, when you were doing the initial welfare check, you followed up with calls to Mr. Daybell, is that right?
That's right.
And your testimony was that you weren't able to get an answer, or the phone was turned off?
Every time we called, it went straight to voicemail, I believe.
Oh, all right. Did you have an opportunity to go through Mr. Daybell's phone records?
I personally have not, no.
So there's no indication that the phone was ever turned off, was there?
I can't testify that I didn't go through his records.
But you can testify that it just went to voicemail.
Correct, I can testify he didn't answer.
Okay. Now, when you searched Lori Vallow's residence, there weren't any clothes in there. In the residence that she had hanging up on hangers, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information to suggest that she had mailed or shipped her clothes to another location?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you, at the time you were aware that Mr. Daybell obviously was married to Ms. Vallow at that point, is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your allegation that Mr. Daybell left on the 26th or 27th and also tried to avoid contact with law enforcement?
I can't answer why Mr. Daybell left. All I can answer to is I wasn't able to get a hold of him after that date.
Okay, and after that date, did you happen to check credit cards or phone records or anything like that to try to locate him?
Again, sir, I didn't go through Mr. Daybell's phone records.
Okay. Did you gain any information that Mr. Daybell was going on a vacation around the 26th or 27th of that, the end of the month?
We later learned that Mr. Daybell was in California.
Okay, and later learned that he was in California, and that was about the time of the 28th or 29th of November, is that right?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay, and were you aware?
Sounds right.
Okay. And again, maybe the coffee's still affecting me, I'll try to slow down, okay? But you're also aware that Mr. Daybell on the 28th being at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
Correct.
And that was a family vacation with his kids, correct?
I can't testify to who was there.
Okay, so Mr. Daybell wasn't fleeing, he was on the 26th or 27th of the month when Lori Vallow's closet was empty. Mr. Daybell was on a family vacation.
I can't testify that he wasn't fleeing. I can testify that I knew he was in California at a later date.
Okay. And you know that later date was the end of November, right?
Close to that date, sir, yes.
Okay. And you know that subsequent to that, then he went on a trip to Hawaii after that, right?
Yes, he was in Hawaii after that.
Right. So if I understand the testimony, Mr. Daybell was at some point.
I can't testify it was a planned family vacation.
Okay, all right, that's okay. And then subsequent to that, he then went to Hawaii on a trip to Hawaii where there was some contact with you folks, correct?
Yeah, we made contact with Mr. Daybell in Hawaii.
Okay. And how is it that you found it out that he was in Hawaii again? Remind me, please.
Through tips that came in through our hotlines that we had set up and cell phone data.
And this is just a question, I'm kind of curious. Did maybe you just look at plane records?
Are you asking?
Yeah,
if I-
I'm asking, did you guys look
I'm
at?
sorry. I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna slow down. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did at any time, did you just take the initiative to look at plane records?
So each officer was tasked with different things.
Okay.
We did have an officer that looked through financial, and I assume he did look through plane records and credit cards.
Okay, and if Mr. Daybell was flying on a commercial plane or traveling from Boise to Knott's Berry Farm on a commercial plane, in your experience and knowledge of these things, there would have been a record of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I'm going to switch gears again a little bit, okay? Please forgive me because I just want to make sure I hit all of these subjects. And before we go there, I want to make sure you did get a subpoena from my office, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've acknowledged that you've accepted that, correct?
Right.
And you were kind enough to contact my office and agree that if I need you to come back, you'll come back in a time that's suitable for both of us. Is that fair?
Yes.
Was there anything else discussed during that phone conversation?
Dates that I couldn't make it back.
Okay, and that was because, and we're not gonna get into this to let everybody know, because it's nobody else's business, but you have an obligation of some sort, and I've acknowledged that, and we're gonna work on that. Is that fair?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, and I want to be specific to J.J. Vallow, okay? The last known sign of life was the 22nd. Is that fair?
The last
The last time that someone known.
it was September 22nd of 2019.
Right, okay. And the last, at least proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th.
Of 2019.
Of 2019. So I'll do the math in my head if I can. There's 15 days difference between Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Is that correct? For the last proof of living or life, respectively.
Roughly.
15 days. You think J.J. died on around the 9th of September, 8th or 9th of September, and Tylee was the 22nd or 23rd. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as part of the investigation, you looked into where J.J. Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct?
Correct.
And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home.
That's correct.
Okay. And present at that home, staying in that home were Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
At least on the 22nd, J.J. Vallow was there, correct?
That's correct.
Melanie Gibb was there, correct?
Correct.
And David Warwick was there.
Correct.
Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the care of Alex Cox.
Correct.
And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct?
On which day?
On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107. Correct.
Right. His apartment or whoever was on the lease for that apartment, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Lori, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
Who were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that JJ Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. But the next morning, there were three people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Objection foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
Hold on, prior, there's an objection, I think that would go on, sustained.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of that morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Lori Vallow.
Okay, and at that point, you believe that JJ Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay, but then within 2 hours later from that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall, one by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb?
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded
It was recorded?
with her attorney.
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there, and a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
About the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes. We were there longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm going to object beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your direct counsel. If also the officer's going to review that, and I permit it, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond the scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that JJ Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas and some Skechers socks, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, do you have a recollection of what JJ Vallow was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallow's apartment?
Objection, this calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsay. He's wondering what he observed him wearing, if you know, so
Yes.
that's how we're going on that.
Tell me if you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do you know whether or not JJ Vallow was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
Okay. And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. That's okay.
Very well. You can do that. That'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 30. Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time, you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm gonna call it the paintball incident, is that fair?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about that, to your understanding, what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, the night that Tammy Daybell was shot, it was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, can I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objection.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollection, so once you looked at that, it's now.
On October 8th, the night before, we believe Tammy was shot at, Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards. Which we assumed, when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm gonna have you look at this timeline. And as far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Vallow's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kids' mother, Lori Vallow, the kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, do you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope, but walking through, I would ask that I be an opportunity to revisit those issues.
I'm gonna sustain that objection. So
Okay.
that's the word.
Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Has to answer.
This is a response to the cross. Your overruled.
I asked him when the last time he saw JJ Vallow was.
And when did he answer?
In October in apartment 107 with Lori Vallow.
And did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number?
I did.
And what was his first response?
Judge, this has been asked to answer.
It's in response to the cross.
Overall,
His response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct?
Correct.
And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case?
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to revisit this.
There were a few, so I'll allow a limited recross, particularly considering your statement, you're gonna recall the witness, it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to need it. Thank you. There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day by way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location at that time because Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, several miles away?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you know he wasn't on the property by way of his phone ping and all of the metadata. That's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Correct.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you can also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property. That's
Right.
correct.
And we don't know who else was on the property on the 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're gonna revisit that next time we get together. But it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know?
I couldn't testify to that.
Is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20, 30 yards. Yeah.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, we don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is,
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway. That's not 100 yards, right?
well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, is the state ready to call this next witness?
Your Honor, will you approach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I made this witness need to stand.
Oh, I didn't know if we are. You want to sidebar first?
No, we're done.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Hermosillo, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recall, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review testimony trial between now and the time you return testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay, thank you.
All right, another sidebar. Ray Hermosillo, witness you just saw there, detective with the Rexburg Police. His testimony for now is complete, but clear sign from attorney John Pryor, attorney for Chad Daybell, that he will be calling him back to the stand at some point for more questioning. The prosecution could do the same because there is so much to cover from the Rexburg police side. Pryor came back for more after redirect, cross-examination, redirect. He came back for more to ask some follow-up questions, really trying to, I don't know. It's all over the place that I am trying to see if there's any focus here on the cross-examination with Hermosillo. He brought up Chad Daybell going on a vacation with his family in late November of 2019, right after the welfare check was done on November 26th. At that time, that's when Chad Daybell and Alex Cox were at Lori Vallow's townhome, and Rexburg police, asked if they knew where JJ was, asked where Lori was before they actually met with Lori there. Chad Daybell said he didn't know Lori well at all. Chad Daybell said that he didn't have Lori's phone number. Chad Daybell had gotten married to Lori on November 5th of 2019 in Hawaii. He had met her in 2018. So that was an absolute lie. And then we already know about what Alex Cox said about JJ being in Louisiana. There are other questions about the Google searches that we brought up from Alex Cox, and Pryor wanted to differentiate, between a paintball gun and a real gun in this paintball incident that Tammy Daybell was referencing in the 911 call. She didn't get hit with anything, so she really thought it was a prank. There's somebody in a ski mask approaching her, and so because she didn't mention the words rifle or a bullet went by me because nothing happened, John Pryor is using this in the cross-examination with Hermosillo. So Rob Wood got back on redirect to ask some follow-up questions. I see audio levels. You guys should be able to hear me, right? Had this happen a couple of times. This is a quick audio check that you guys can hear me right now as we wait for this sidebar to be done with. I think after this sidebar happens, it's about 2:20 there, Idaho time. They should be bringing up the second witness because they still have about an hour left of court today. And tomorrow, there is no trial for Chad Daybell, no court session tomorrow. So who knows? They may go a little bit longer today. You guys have thoughts or comments on Pryor's cross-exam? I feel like it's very different from last year's trial with the cross-examination that we heard from Lori's defense. You guys can tell by the approach so far. Looks like prosecution is returning to their desk. Daybell seated with John Pryor, so we can expect this to continue in just a moment.
All right, counsel, if you'll give me a moment, I want to clarify our record on exhibits admitted through that last witness and make sure the court has a clear record of what came in as it relates to exhibit 34. So we did have a stipulation that on the record here, and for the jurors to know as well, we had, I believe 34 had separate attachments or would be separate exhibits, 34A, B, C, D, and E. Is that what 34 consists of?
Yes, Judge, and the state had stipulated to the admission of all of 34, which included those separate exhibits. They've already been stipulated.
Okay, and understanding they were stipulated to, but still on the record, I'm going to make clear that exhibits 34A, 34B, 34C, 34D, and 34E have all been admitted into the record and are evidence in the case. Does the state concur with that?
That sounds accurate, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, when we conclude, I'll have you stick around for a minute to also see if we need further clarify exhibits on the record. At this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury and those in attendance, I've discussed scheduling here with counsel. We got this trial started and moving along with jury selection a little quicker than anticipated, and the state is at its stage of putting on its case in chief. They're doing their best to line up witnesses to appear here, coming a little sooner than anticipated, and that's the explanation. We are going to go ahead and conclude for today in order to allow the state to have a full day's worth of evidence and testimony beginning on Monday. And then next week, we should be on a full slate of Monday through Friday trial. Notice also, as I mentioned previously, that tomorrow is not going to be a day of trial. So As I understand it, the state would request that we then conclude trial for the week and commence again on Monday morning. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state, or I'm sorry, does the defense have any objection to that?
No objection, Judge, thank you.
Okay. So before you leave then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is a pretty long break in between evidence now that you are sworn jurors in the case. And I will again admonish you to please do everything you can to not do anything to learn about the case, investigate the case, look the case up, follow any media in the case. If you do see anything being reported, try to avoid that. Don't talk about the case to anyone else or any of the evidence or facts with anyone, including with each other. You can only do that when you start your deliberations. And when you return on Monday morning, when we'll commence at 8:30 with more evidence, I will be asking the jurors as they return to complete those admonitions and certify under penalty of perjury that you have followed that instruction. So I appreciate you doing that so far. I have confidence you will continue to do that. And thank you for your time and efforts today. That will conclude our trial for today, and we will resume again on Monday with further evidence.
All rise, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. The matter on the exhibit 34 is the court is referencing the defense trial exhibits, and 34 is listed. It says 34A through E, Alex Cox Google searches in October 2019. There's also a 34F and a 34G through J and a 34K through Y. So I just wanted to make clear what came in the record today that will be admitted. We have 34A through E.
That's correct, Judge. The other ones are yet to come.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry it was confusing. I tried to do this as plainly as possible and have it all on a thumb drive so that the court can make it easier for the jury, but at this point, it's only A through E. The others have been admitted, Judge. I just haven't referenced them yet.
Okay, and just to be clear, even though admitted or and agreed to be admitted by stipulation, for this record to be accurate and for future reference of the record, each time a new exhibit is referenced, it needs to be just called out on the record so the clerk keeps an accurate list of what exhibits have come in and that those track with the actual exhibits. So I think the system works. We just need to make sure that individually, for example, with that, if there's multiple exhibits within a number, then we outline exactly what came in. That way we make sure the jury doesn't see any evidence they weren't supposed to see and they see all the evidence they are supposed to see. So we'll continue to work on that process as we start next week. Before we conclude today, then, is there anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thanks everyone in your attendance today, also for following the court's conduct orders. I appreciate it very much. And we'll be recessed for the day.
All rise, please.
Okay, so a shorter day. Little bit surprised. I thought we were going to hear from the second witness called on by the state, but looks like from hearing Judge Boyce, we're ahead of schedule. Kind of a surprise there. I guess jury selection in their eyes got done quicker than most, and actually it wasn't too bad. Took about a week or so. So they need tomorrow they're off, to get more time for witnesses to come in ahead of schedule don't know which specific witnesses, but there's a lot of planning and logistics that go into place for the state. And then it will line up with when the defense will call on its witnesses. But right now, it looks like no court until Monday, and the judge reminding jurors to, hey, you have a long break. Do not watch any coverage. Do not do any research, although you may be tempted. Do not look for anything out there, because that's not what they want. You're not supposed to do that when you are on a jury for a triple murder case. So, questions and comments below. Where do we start? To recap with this, Ray Hermosillo, he went through it the past 2 days to relive everything again, but he knows this case like no other, being that he's one of the Rexburg detectives on this huge case for so long. He details really the focus. I want to focus on this, how the kids were found. That was so important for the jury to hear, because the jury has walked into this pretty much fresh with a blank slate. They may know the name Lori Vallow, they may have heard the name Chad Daybell, but how were the kids found? They know that the kids were missing. They know that Lori and Chad got married very quickly, and that they were in Hawaii for some time vacationing. This was a national missing persons case for these siblings. But how were they found on the property of Chad Daybell? He is the defendant in this case. And these are some gruesome details that they went over. One thing to point out is that after that happened, Pryor went into cross-examination with so many questions. He touched on so many different topics to try and get clarified with Hermosillo. But you got to think about, if you're the jury, does the jury know the names Melanie Gibb and David Warwick? These are witnesses in last year's trial. Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were friends of Lori Vallow. Melanie Gibb and Lori specifically did a podcast together about about religion and about their faith. And so they were there on the night of September 22nd. Melanie Gibb and her boyfriend David Warwick go to Rexburg. They visit for this trip. And Tylee's not there, because she was last seen on September 8th, and that's when she's believed to have been killed. JJ is seen that night, and then after that, he's never seen again. But to bring up these names, I don't know if it even casted doubt or left the jurors more confused. Like, who are you talking about, John Pryor? Hermosillo's answering what he can answer, and then they still don't really have a grasp on who Alex Cox is. Now, it did help that they had a timeline and sort of like a graphic or exhibit showing who's who: Alex, Lori, Chad, Charles Vallow, JJ, Tylee, this part of this family tree, but they still don't know a lot about Alex Cox, and they will learn that. So I don't know if John Pryor jumping all over the place in cross-examination, if that helped Daybell's defense at all, because it's up to the prosecution really to introduce the layers of the story. It spans at least 3 states. So it's a lot of names. For us, these names pop off just like, off the dome. It really, we know these names. This jury does not. So interesting to see how that affects this at all, but there's still a lot of witnesses to go through, and this is a good little break for the jury after what they just heard. Such extreme detail in how the children were found, so heavy and emotional. They haven't even heard family members testify yet. We have a comment. Thanks for the stream getting up to almost 1K. Thank you guys for getting the stream up to 1K. I appreciate you guys getting on here the past 2 days with me and getting just a little bonus, some more insight on this while we watch this trial. We're trying to make this a trial as user-friendly and more comprehensive, get you closer shots. It's not our cameras in the courtroom. We can control what we can control. But we just want to bring you the best coverage and quality, even though we're not physically there in the courtroom. And we have another comment. Hermosillo was brilliant. He wouldn't allow Pryor to trick him. Rolo says. I feel like Hermosillo did what he's, trained to do, and he's such an expert on this case, and all he can do is answer with the facts. And really, Pryor had to move around and even sometimes on topics that we'll bring that back at a later time. We'll have another opportunity for that. Hermosillo with short answers, real quick, and just said what he knew, what he could say. Going back to the comments, Brittany Hennick says opening statements weren't very long. No, opening statements did not last very long. I want to say about less than an hour for each, for Rob Wood and John Pryor. So they got through that. That was really half of the morning or so, and then they got into the first witness. Who do you guys think, for those following the case very closely, and if you know the players involved, who do you think will be called on to testify next? Let me know in the comments. Hey, Chris from Queensland, Australia, appreciate you watching on a completely different time zone. And Joni B makes a good point. She says, that's why I like the chapter idea. I assume you're referring to Rob Wood's message in the opening statements. He went chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, because really this whole saga is a bunch of chapters from the moment that Chad and Lori meet to when Charles Vallow is murdered in Chandler. Lori moves to Idaho. Brandon Boudreaux is shot at in Gilbert, Arizona. Tammy is shot at as well in Salem, Idaho, and she dies, and then so on and so forth. The Hawaii chapter where the kids, silence really from the couple, Lori and Chad, for months until finally June 2020, everything as far as the truth of where they are comes out. I mean, I have to be honest with you, when we were investigating this for months, when it was a search for the kids, we weren't sure if they, were being hidden because of the alleged doomsday beliefs at the time. Were they being kept with another group or some other family members? There's so many questions about that. But as the silence grew and as we found out more about Lori and Chad through the documents we were getting, it became much more concerning. And then she was arrested, and there was no sign of these kids. Yet their belongings were found in a storage unit, or some of the belongings like iPads, phones belonging to Tylee and JJ were in the custody of Lori in Hawaii. So, yeah, this is definitely going to be a long trial. It's going to be a long trial. We have a break now for a few days, and then if it's like last year where there was around 60 witnesses, and I don't think the prosecution is letting up at all, they bring back around the same number this time around. And then Pryor has his 4 expert witnesses plus Chad's kids. That could last another 2 to 3 weeks. You have cross-examination by the prosecution. Does Chad testify? This could definitely be a 2.5 month trial. So you guys lock in with us. It's a marathon, and we're going to be reminded of so much. We're going to brush up on so much because, there's so many layers to the story. I'll do one more check for some comments before we wrap up and get our report ready for our newscast, just to really recap what went down today, specifically what Ray Hermosillo had to say. It just doesn't get any easier to hear those details. Stacy Ann says, I have a feeling Julie Rowe will be called to testify. Julie Rowe was another author that was published by Chad Daybell. We have interviewed her in the past about his alleged beliefs. And it's been a while since we've heard anything about Julie Rowe, but that would be interesting for her to get called on. Deborah Morley says, I don't think Kay will be testifying since she's in the courtroom, referring to Kay Woodcock. Kay Woodcock is JJ's grandma. She was the first witness to testify last year. So I don't know. And yeah, she has access to be in the courtroom. So, and Brittany commenting, I think they call Melanie Gibb next because of the lies and the things he taught Melanie. Melanie Gibb was Lori Vallow's good friend, best friend. And there is a recorded phone call between Melanie, Chad, and Lori when people are becoming concerned about the whereabouts of the children. They know that Tammy has just died. They know that Lori and Chad have married. It hasn't even been put out in the media at that time in early December of 2019. And so there's this recorded phone call where Melanie confronts Lori about, telling Rexford police that JJ was with her. I mean, that had to be very shocking to hear that your friend has basically told police that their kid is with you during a welfare check, and that kid is not with you. And then that relationship just goes south, and she gives that recording to police. And Lori talks about darkness and light, and it gets really religious in the call, and there's no admission that anything has been done wrong, and no guilt at all. And at this time, we don't know where the kids are. And Melanie asks her if JJ is safe specifically, and Lori says JJ is safe and he's happy. This is December 2019. This is 2-3 months after he was last seen in September 2019, and he was murdered. Okay, let's see if I can take one more. Yeah, a lot about witness predictions. Some comments about John Pryor and his performance today. I mean, honestly, for me, it was just interesting to see him work. This is a guy who got a sample last year by being able to sit in that trial, in Lori Vallow's trial, and see what kind of evidence was brought against her, basically getting, a preview in the playbook of the prosecution. But I think the prosecution has more to provide in this case than last year. They just haven't brought it out yet. Obviously, it's still early. So Pryor got much more time to prepare, and he's coming in with a lot more information. It seems that he's in cross-examination, asking different questions about different people. And again, I don't know if the jury is ready for all that, even though those questions are directed to the witness, in this case Hermosillo, but the jury is watching and they're listening. Do they just leave more confused? But they do know the facts are the evidence that they saw today about the way the children were found on Daybell's property. And Pryor even points to the cell phone data with Alex Cox, and how, the yardage of how big the property is and things like that. I sometimes don't even know what he's alluding to, but we're going to see more because he's going to call on Hermosillo again for sure. He's still under subpoena. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching the live stream. Please subscribe to our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. If you just want to watch the trial, you can also watch it on our Fox Local app. But if you want to converse, interact, ask questions, then this would be the place, this would be the platform to be when trial's underway. And it's going to be a long one. So yeah, I really appreciate it. And then we'll have more guests as well. Any suggestions, feel free to let me know, and we'll keep plugging away. Thank you, guys.